Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's now 1:30, so it's time for me to start this afternoon's session into the examination of the new Southwark plan. I hope everybody can hear me and can see me where necessary. For those of you who did not attend yesterday's opening session, my name is David Spencer, and with my colleague Philip Milam, we have been appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the independent examination of the new Southwark plan. The focus of our examination is on whether or not the plan is sound, and that means whether it is positively prepared, effective, justified, and consistent with national policy. We are being assisted in the examination by Jacqueline Christie, the programme officer, who hopefully most of you have now spoken to or had contact with. The examination website is being kept regularly up to date, but Jacqueline is your first point of contact if you need any information about the examination, and her contact details are on the examination website. Now, hopefully everybody is here with us this afternoon for the session on the plan strategic vision, together with the spatial strategy and the overarching development targets that provide the context for the area visions for the 16 places within the borough, as well as the strategic policy for regeneration policy SP2. Now, looking at the balance of who is attending today and on which issues they want to be heard, I think we are going to take agenda item 4 first, which is the item on policy SP2 on regeneration. We think that will enable the majority of people who wish to be heard, so they can sort of sooner rather than later, and then we'll return to spatial strategy and strategic targets later, and that's where most of our sort of questions are really sort of primarily directed to the council to answer. Now, I was going to allow for sort of questions on process at the end, but I see Ms. Ursula for the Southwark Law Centre, your hand is up. I think you may be on muted. No, I still can't. I can't hear you, I'm afraid. Maybe you need to reconnect back in. I'll carry on with the introduction though. And for everybody else, in terms of participating in this Zoom session, we would ask that you please ensure that wherever you are joining us from, you are reasonably free from distractions, your mobile phones are on silent, and that you are comfortable. An inspector will be on screen at all times during this afternoon's discussion. We'd also like somebody from the council to be with us at all times as well. For all other participants, you can either have your camera on or off. It may help the stability of the Zoom call if cameras are off and you are muted, and then you switch on your camera and unmute when you wish to make your particular contribution before returning to switch your camera off and unmute again. As I say, our questions are primarily directed to the council based on our published matters, issues and questions, together with supplementary areas that we wish to explore in light of what people have put in their recent statements submitted to the examination, together with any latest evidence. I'd like everybody to please bear in mind that both myself and Mr. Milam have all the statements and original representations, so there's no need for anybody to kind of read them out or parts of them out to us. And there may well be instances where people make a very similar point or an identical point to the one that you were wishing to make. I think there's no need really for people to say that they simply agree with what somebody else has said or repeat what somebody else has said. I think we would invite that all people keep contributions reasonably short, to the point and constructive. I think what we want to know as inspectors is how the plan, if it is unsound, could be made sound. If we don't direct a particular question to you, but there's a point you wish to come in on, there is a raise your hand function. It's in various places in Zoom, but I think it's generally in the bottom kind of toolbar of the screen. That will get, if you raise your hand, that will get our attention, and then we will bring you in a particular point, and just remind people to be patient. If there are several hands up at once, we will get round to you.
I'm sorry, David, can I just interrupt? Can I just confirm that Joe Frost is in the meeting? Because we've got two Joe Frosts, one in the meeting and one waiting to come in. So can you just confirm, Joe Frost, that you are in the meeting? I can see your name, but we've also got a Joe Frost in the waiting room. Hi, Joe, is that you?
Hi, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I've had problems getting in, so.
Okay, that's fine. As long as you're here. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Thank you, Jackie. And then just very finally, I think in terms of ensuring that everybody has their say and that we hear from all of those who want to be heard, I think how we'd like to run today is that on each issue, we're going to have questions that we want to ask to the council. We will then invite other people to make the points that they wish to put to us, and then we will go back to the council. But I think once we've gone back to the council, we won't be entertaining, I think, further rebuttal or cross-examination of points that the council has come back on. I think we'll have to take a view as inspectors based on the evidence that we've heard and everything that's in front of us in terms of the written submissions, and come to a view on whether things need to be amended for soundness. In accordance with our guidance notes, please can people refrain from using share screen function or the chat function that's in Zoom, please. There will be a 15-minute adjournment, mid-afternoon adjournment today for comfort, getting a drink. And we sort of advise that the best thing to do is to keep the Zoom call running whilst we're in that break, and then return when the 15 minutes are up. If you do lose connection for whatever reason, please try and get back in. Jacqueline, the programme officer, is with us, and we'll have that facility. But if there are more consistent kind of IT issues or more consistent kind of outages in terms of your connection, then I think we'll probably have to make alternative arrangements, try and hear from you at another point. That's all I wanted to say by way of introduction. So in terms of the process and our proposed change to the agenda to deal with regeneration first, are there any points people wish to make in terms of how today will work? Ms. Ursula from the Southwark Law Centre, please.
Hi, thank you, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. It's just about two participants. One, Ms. Hughes from Southwark Group of Tenants Organisation is unwell today, and she requested whether she may be able to call you on another day or arrange another time to provide some evidence on this matter. And secondly, an organisation that Southwark Law Centre has worked with before, a representative of that organisation, Adam Almeida, he has requested to attend, and the Runnymede Trust has submitted a report, I think, from 2019. There's a question about whether evidence in consultation response has been received. So I just wanted to clarify whether he's able to attend as our participant as he is listed. Otherwise, I can briefly summarise some of the evidence he's supplied to Southwark Law Centre.
Thank you for that. I think on the first point for the Southwark Tenants Organisation, yes, they were due to be with us today. If there's what I would advise, Ms. Ursula, is that if you're in contact with them, that they get in touch with Jacqueline Christie, and we will try and accommodate. It'll probably be a one-to-one session with your tenants organisation to pick up their points, but we'll try and find a mutually convenient time with ourselves and the council to deal with that. Secondly, yes, Mr. Almeida, we couldn't find in our preparation for this hearing any duly made representations at the appropriate time of the plan preparation. So I think my advice to you, Ms. Orgelat, is that if you can summarise or weave in the points you want to make from that Runnymede Trust evidence where it clearly relates to the representations you've made, that's probably the way forward. As I say, these hearings are public, they are being broadcast, so people with an interest obviously can observe what's going on. Okay, are there any further points people wish to raise? No. Just very briefly, I know the council, Ms. Seymour, has, I think, had some further thoughts about the plan period. I think that's something we're going to pick up, I think, more as part of the discussion on development targets later on. So if we can address it at that point rather than up front at this stage. Okay. Okay, if we can then turn to part 4 of the agenda and the issue of regeneration. You're going to be hearing from both myself and Mr. Milam on this, but I'm going to kick things off in terms of the overall approach to regeneration in policy SP2. And my question to the council, in sort of picking up our matters in issues question 2.16, I think the council has confirmed that it sees policy SP2 as applying across the borough as part of wider social regeneration in terms of affordable homes, affordable workspace, health issues, etc. But there are obviously clear correlations between regeneration and particular parts of the borough. I think what we want to understand from the council is how will policy SP2 secure the more complete or holistic approach to regeneration that the new Southwark plan aims to achieve, and how will the effectiveness of the policy be monitored?
So, sorry. So SP2 is aimed at development in the whole of Southwark rather than just regeneration areas, because we believe that wherever regeneration takes place, that should be done for everybody, not just for in those regeneration areas. The regeneration areas are not exactly the same as set out in the London plan. You'll see the map in the London plan, which sets out areas of intensification, which is where the mayor expects intensification to happen for the regeneration, and ours are similar to those but not exactly the same, and therefore our policy covers the entire borough. We would expect this policy to deliver all of the points that, I mean, there's a lot of points in this policy, so I won't go through all of them, but it's particularly about investing in all of our communities and residents, particularly existing residents, so that everyone can access the benefits of the regeneration programmes and the opportunities created by those programmes for new homes, new jobs, education, training, new infrastructure. So I think that's just one of the points, but that's, I think, the matter that you were asking me the question on. So that's my evidence on that issue. There was a second part. Would you mind just repeating that, please?
Yeah, certainly. It's a point that's been raised in a number of the representations, is how will the council measure or consider that it's been effective in securing, as you say, Ms. Seymour, there's a lot of content in policy SP2. Yeah. How will you know that you are delivering against that? Okay,
so the first thing is to say that we'll be bringing forward a modification with an updated measuring table, which we're going to discuss in the second half of the examination, and we will provide that for everybody who has made a representation so that they can comment on that for the session. I think it's Matter 9, it's in the second half. So secondly, we have the new development consultation charter, which was brought in a year ago. And that is how we implement a lot of this policy. So that requires a analysis to take place at pre-application stage before an application comes in. and applications are not valid. It's on our validation checklist unless they provide us with the information that's in the development consultation charter. And we've got a draft version that came out a year ago. We have been implementing that requirement ever since last April. So all developments that are major developments need to deliver, give us the filled in questionnaire that goes out, which sets out, and the kinds of issues that it sets out are the issues that are in SP2. And they need to demonstrate, the developers need to demonstrate to us how that proposal complies and how they have changed the proposal on the basis of feedback from the communities. It looks at things like who's there now, who are they intending to use the site, who's using the site now, who's around the site, what impacts will the scale and quantum of development have on the site and the people who are living there or working there or using that site. And so I think that that is practically how this policy will work. In addition to the policy bullet points being gone through when we make decisions, there is that practical element as well. And then we also have the social regeneration charters. Now, they're not part of the development plan. However, there are a central set of indicators which are then used to inform the preparation of all of the charters. And the planning policy team wrote the Old Kent Road one, and that was one of the first ones which set the template for most of the others. Canada Water did come before, but that was a different situation to most of the area because it has one developer who's already quite far forward with a master plan and an AAP. And you'll see from the indicators that have been chosen for Old Kent Road that they're wider than planning. So the idea is that all of the borough has one of these charters, some are still being developed, and that those indicators will all be put together in the same place on our website as the monitoring targets that will show you in our modification. And so that there'll be one comprehensive set of measures, and then you would just show against each measure which plan that's in. So some measures may be in a number of plans, so particularly around affordable housing or open space or delivery of jobs. So rather than have a number of plans for the same areas with different sets of indicators and measures, we're going to have one set of measures and then just show which plan they're in. And so that will be an online version in addition to the usual plans, which will also exist with their own sets of indicators.
Thank you. And in terms of, you're saying there the measuring table sort of coming through as a potential main modification, is that part of a wider monitoring and implementation framework for the plan? I think
at the moment that's set out in the IIA, and there's been lots of questions from representatives about what exactly the information that is in the IIA would look like when we have the plan adopted. So it's not really new information, it's pulling out the information that we're going to use and clarifying in a table that information.
Okay. Thank you. And you've probably seen from the agenda that this first item was going to touch on social regeneration charters. I don't know if the council is just able to just briefly expand or explain on how they'll work in delivering the social regeneration sort of framework in policy SP2 and kind of what status they have. You seem to mention them, Ms. Seymour, there are two in production. Is there sort of a framework or a timetable for the coverage that you want for the rest of the borough?
Yeah, we have some of them who are already prepared and then some that are being prepared at the moment. With COVID, it's been quite difficult to complete the ones that are not prepared. So there has been a number of surveys instead, which has taken place to look at the impacts of change and the impacts of COVID rather than completing the charters. So we don't have an exact timetable at the moment, but that work is continuing, and it really depends how the vaccine works and if we all get out and about again, to be honest. Because, you know, to prepare these charters, I mean, the Old Kent Road one we did as a desktop exercise because we'd already done a considerable amount of consultation, and the same for the Canada Water one. But the Peckham and Nunhead one, which is the next one that I'm personally leading on, really needs face-to-face work. And so we need to, you know, whilst we're trying to move things forward as well as we can in the lockdown, there's certain consultation which needs to be done when we're out and about again. So I'm sorry, I can't give you an exact timetable for that at the moment. But they're not, the social regeneration charters are not part of the development plan, and they're not necessary for making planning decisions. They outline our ambitions of improving life opportunities, good health and well-being, and provide a place for all. And they're trying to reduce inequalities and invest in communities. This is set out in point 3 of the reasons of the plan on page 33. And the framework outlines our ambitions at local level and demonstrates how we'll collaborate with the community. So they're really useful for looking at all of these issues, discussing issues and measuring issues. But they're not part of the development plan, and they're not required to make development decisions.
Thank you. So in terms of proposals that come forward, are you as a council expecting or anticipating that proposals have regard to these frameworks, charters? Is there a consideration to kind of?
Well, they are a material consideration, as in any plan is a material consideration, but they're not part of the development plan. So in the table that we've put in the plan, sorry, I only got my printout today, so I'm still finding my way around the exact pages. But there's a table in the plan where we set out all of the different types of plans. Here we are on page 10. And we set out our plan making documents. And you'll see social regeneration charters are not in that table. It sets out the National Planning Policy Framework, the London Plan SPDs, although they're not in the local plan, they're part of the plan making framework. The New Southwark Plan, neighbourhood plans, AAPs, and then you've also got reference to SPDs, the LDS and the AMR and SCI. So that is how I see our suite of planning documents. And so the other documents are helpful and useful and material considerations, but they're not part of the development plan.
Okay. Thank you. So just finally, on last question for me before I open up to other people, in terms of the charters, are they documents that you take to cabinet or other meetings? Are they formally adopted or signed off by the council?
Yes, by cabinet. So they go out for consultation, and then they come back to cabinet for final adoption, and then they're reviewed on an annual basis. And the indicators are online, and the intention is to put those together once the NSP is finalised and we have the final set of monitoring. The idea is that they'll all be in the same place on the website, monitored continually and updated continually, in addition to the annual monitoring report.
Thank you for that. I'm now going to invite other people to comment on this kind of first item 1 in terms of the overall approach to regeneration in policy SP2 and the council's wider approach through the social regeneration charters. I'm keen to hear from people we've not necessarily heard from already. So the first person I'm going to go to is Eileen Conn, then I hear from Mazu Ujlar, then Corinne Turner, please. So can I hear from Eileen Conn?
So I forgot to unmute.
That's okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so
I can, yes.
So I'd like first of all to say that I think SP2 sets out the very welcome aspiration that regeneration should work for all. That's an improvement on what it was in 2017-18 consultation. However, sadly, there is still a fundamental flaw in the New Southwark Plan which prevents it from achieving this. To deliver SP2, the plan needs to reorient regeneration by having a clear preference for reuse, refurbishment and repair rather than demolition and redevelopment. Without that, the plan isn't positively prepared, justified or effective. The Architects' Journal, for example, has a retro first campaign to prioritise retrofitting existing buildings over demolition and rebuild, and they say it's essential that we think reuse first, new build second. Unfortunately, the New Southwark plan overall really thinks new build first. So why is demolition-led regeneration harmful? In the community experience, declaring an area for regeneration leads to a line being drawn around it as an area which seems to be for demolition and redevelopment first. This approach to regeneration fails to recognise the socio-economic arrangements of existing neighbourhoods, and so is socially, economically and environmentally unsustainable. There are many examples of this in all the regeneration areas across the borough. Some of them are recounted in representations and statements in the NSP consultations and will probably be mentioned in these hearings. This approach results in serious harm to neighbourhoods that are subject to, quotes, regeneration, close quotes, which is why SP2 will fail, I'm afraid to say. In my written statement, I mentioned how we experienced this in Peckham town centre, but through a long community campaign, we showed that much more significant self-regeneration could be achieved through reuse, refurbishment and repair. This experience is why we want a change in the local planning system for a fact-based audit before any redevelopment plans begin to be drawn up. I have explained this further in my representations and suggested some modifications, as you will know, to address this flaw. Last week, I had a brief preliminary discussion for a statement of common ground with the council. That identified some scope for agreement that there should be a requirement for an audit of existing neighbourhood assets, including social infrastructure. Indeed, the council had, as Juliet Seymour has already said, had already adopted this idea in a draft version of the Development Consultation Charter as part of the new SCI as a requirement for validation of a planning application. This is extremely welcome, but by itself, it will not achieve regeneration that works for all for two reasons. First, while the audit could be a significant tool to take a more effective approach to some of the aspects in your item 4 regeneration points, approach to planning and managing heritage assets, neighbourhoods and local character across the borough to achieve SP2, to be successful, it has to be carried out and agreed in collaboration with the local stakeholders. This is a golden opportunity to transform the engagement of the local community because it would require their identification from before the beginning of development proposals and would ensure also that the facts are agreed. In so many planning cases, the facts are in dispute until planning permission is even given. This needs a new approach to community engagement from developers. It so happens that I am part of a multi-professional group called Collective Community Action, which is working towards the provision of appropriate education and training for everyone on this, including developers. It's necessary to see, therefore, the redraft of the Development Consultation Charter to know if it is a suitable vehicle for the significant guidance that is required to make it really work and enable SP2 to be achieved. I think it may well need an SPD, but we do need to see the Development Consultation Charter in its new form before we can decide that. The second reason is that including the detailed guidance only in the Charter embeds it in the demolition-led and rebuild approach, which is encouraged by the New Southwark Plan, which is not socially, environmentally, or economically sustainable. Demolition and construction are significant contributors to climate change. The climate emergency requires urgent action, and the shift to reuse regeneration should be a major policy in the New Southwark Plan. The modifications I have suggested for SP2 and for P17, efficient use of land, show a way to do this. Policy modifications on these lines, not necessarily exactly as I've suggested, but on these lines are essential to embed the shift, and they complement the fact-based audit for validation of planning applications. I would welcome a chance to explore further with the Council and with other participants if there is more scope for common ground on these aspects. That's the end. That's it, thank you. You're muted, Mr. Spencer.
Thank you for that. It's the first time. It won't be. I'm sure it won't be the last time. I was just going to say thank you for that contribution, Ms. Con. We'll pick up some of those points with the council after I've heard from others who wish to speak on this. I think I indicated it was Ms. Ursula next, please.
Yeah, hopefully I've unmuted. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you've heard from Southwark Law Centre a fair bit since the beginning of the inquiry, but this this policy area really goes to the heart of the work the project that I work on at Southwark Law Centre takes forward. And our submission, we've supplied quite a detailed written statement, so I won't repeat that, but I'll focus this on the submission that we think that this policy is not justified or effective, therefore not sound. So in respect of social regeneration and regeneration that works for all commitments, the policy is not justified because, again, like was discussed yesterday, there's no baseline data for some of the stated commitments. And it's all very well and good for the development plan to say that everyone can access the benefits of regeneration, but there's been sort of no underlying evidence of what's been happening so far, except from local residents who've submitted consultation responses, and some of them are here today, who might be able to explain more how things are working on the ground as they see it. Ms. Seymour referred to Social Life, who are conducting a study in the borough, but that I think is only halfway completed and might inform further policies to implement the strategic policy of regeneration that works for all, and particularly the social regeneration charters, which Southwark Law Centre has been very interested in and tried to sort of provide feedback to the council from the inception of the policy, which has now gone very quiet. Therefore, that leads us to sort of submit that this policy can't be affected because, as we've heard, there's no sort of mechanism by which developers or anyone with development interest in the borough can be held to account on whether they are abiding by any form of social regeneration commitments. I heard quite a lot of information from Ms. Seymour there that I didn't know before, and I might need to listen back because I think I'm not understanding how indicators that are then focused in the plan relate to the social regeneration charters. But on social regeneration charters themselves, and we've heard they won't form part of the development plan, they won't be binding on developers, but there'll be a material consideration. I'm not sure how that would work and whether that's effective, and whether it makes sense really that that's going to be the case. If social regeneration charters is something that's applied after development, we question whether they will be effective at all in achieving a policy of regeneration that works for all. We also heard about the development consultation charter, which our understanding was that was about the level at which developers need to consult before bringing forward a plan, which then feeds into the statement of community involvement, in which the community and residents and businesses, etc., are consulted on in the borough. So we're not quite sure how that relates to regeneration that works for all, unless the social regeneration charters could, for example, be part of the development consultation charter. And I just wanted to summarise, as I said I would, some evidence about how things are working on the ground that we've been supplied by the Runnymede Trust. So I'll just finish with this from Mr. Almeida, who's providing some quantitative analysis on a project with the Centre for Labour and Social Studies, which should be out in April. But their initial findings are that gentrification in the borough of Southwark is a major threat to the livelihoods of local residents. Our research has found this to be especially experienced on the lines of race and class, with regeneration schemes causing the multiracial working class to be displaced out of their homes and neighbourhoods disproportionately, We are gravely concerned about the use of opportunity areas in the new Southwark plan, as areas located within the catchment zones of the opportunity areas have significantly higher displacement than the remainder of the borough. We echo the concerns of local residents and organisations in this iteration of the new Southwark plan due to the potential implications of racial and social cleansing it may pose. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Ujla. Can I now hear from Mr. Perry, please? I'm not sure who you're speaking on behalf of, Mr. Perry.
Hello, I'm Eloise today. I'm from Exar, Southwark.
Welcome.
Sorry, you just got me out of sync there. No, so I don't want to repeat what Eileen said, listening to what you said earlier, but in terms of, so I really want to reinforce the points you made about the environment, climate change and the built environment in Southwark, and the question of reuse, retrofit, rather than the whole strategy that seems to be encapsulated in this continued plan, which is demolish and build. And when I read the plan, I'll be honest, the words criminally negligent, I know that's probably not, it springs to mind in the context we're in. Politically, people have pushed the climate crisis down the road 10 years, 20 years. In 1990, we could survive as long as we didn't get to 1 degree. Then at Paris, it was all right as long as we didn't get to so many parts. And now it's here. And so in our submission to this, we talked about, we referenced points in the climate draft strategy that the council put about the state of the climate crisis. In the past year, it's now worse. A paper last year says we're now going to have a blue sea event by 2035. At that point, the sea becomes stops cooling the planet and starts heating the planet. Like methane emissions are something like 280 times what are expected at this point. We haven't seen the carbon concentrations in the atmosphere that we've got now for 200 million years. And as David Attenborough said this morning, it is on us, it's happening now. So any strategic document, I think the built environment, something like 30–40% of carbon emissions in this country. So any strategic plan that looks at the built environment and talks about regeneration and doesn't have climate crisis running through it like the letters in a stick of rock, that talks about, we mentioned the ecology and climate in another section, is negligent and not fit for purpose. We've had some work about common ground, and we've talked about measuring carbon, but at the minute there is no baselining of carbon emissions. There is no commitment, written or agreed, I don't think, that carbon emissions should look at the build phase, should include the commercial properties, should be accurately calculated, because all new buildings are adding carbon to the atmosphere. We're at a point where we need to reduce, I think, something like 7% globally a year to stop 1 billion people dying. And so all these new developments are pumping new carbon into the atmosphere. And so when I read the stuff around the Old Kent Road about offsetting, we're going to plant some trees that could be planted anywhere. We're going to reduce traffic. That could be done without building 48. Even the thing about 48-story tower blocks is ridiculous in the middle of a climate crisis. It's completely against what architects should be built, where they talk about low-rise housing. And again, the architect's thing of retrofit, reuse. Now, so, sorry, I'm just getting a bit angry here. So the plan talks about sustainability. It talks about the wellness of the community. Sustainability is about, we're not talking about our grandchildren, we're talking about the lives of our children now. So if you're talking about sustainable regeneration for the future, it has to be a regeneration that addresses the climate crisis. And that means you have to ask, do we need to build this? What are we doing to green? I live on Southampton Way Estate. We're part of the infill project. One of the first things we were told is we might build on your green space. There's nothing explicit that protects the biodiversity, which protects green spaces in the borough. It's still build, and without actually consideration of the green spaces in the borough. Let me just, sorry, it's difficult. And even when you talk, I get the feeling that they don't understand what the impact will be. The difference, and because the figures are big, the difference between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees is 150 million people globally more die from poor air quality. In Southwark, 6.1% of deaths are about poor air quality. So you're talking about, if we don't deal with the climate crisis, then more deaths as a result of poor air quality. Water scarcity increases. We have residents and communities who are already impacted globally by the climate crisis. This has to be central to the regeneration plan. It can't be an add-on. It can't be, we're going to plant 1,000 trees and build. It has to be inherent. And that means that it affects what you build with, how you build with, whether you build. Let's make more green spaces. Let's put up more green walls. Do we need it? Why don't we? And especially post-COVID, do we need all these new buildings? We should be talking about homes, not assets for property developers. You know, if there are empty buildings, why don't we use those instead of building new ones? Now that might be off-piece, but the key thing is the climate crisis can't be an addendum to this. It has to run through any regeneration plan. Because what we are facing, and what David Attenborough talked about it today, is security failures. And you talk about security failure in wars, you're talking about food lines. So if you talk about social mobility, we are getting to the points of the framework where human society hasn't been able to sustain itself. 2 degrees, human society has never existed outside the 2-degree bandwidth, which we're heading towards now. And so it's all just words. It's meaningless unless we actually stop that happening. This is the major battle of our generation, our children's now, and it can't be we carry on as usual. If I'd read this plan 10 years ago, I would have expected it, but now I really do think it's negligent when it comes to this, to not dealing with the climate crisis centrally. So that's our position on this. We have tried to find common ground. They shouldn't be surprised we're saying this. And I just wanted to make this point because they talk about we've had to delay things for long. When we first met the council 2 years ago, we said exactly this. The climate crisis is worse than the IPCC report. We said you need to pause all your strategic plans and re-examine them in light of the climate crisis. Essentially, their attitude has been, we'll commit to the next 10 years and then we'll do this. And it's not good enough because the next 5 years is the critical 5 years where we have to turn things around. I think it's Sir David King who said, if we don't make the changes in the next 5 years, we will not be able to put the toothpaste back in the toothpaste thing for 10,000 years. We are crossing tipping points, and when we cross them, it can't be undone. And that's the frightening thing, and it's upon us. The Arctic ice melting is a key tipping point, and so everything has to be focused on the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Perry. I'll now invite others to come in. Can I hear, I think Corinne Turner's next, then Mr. Wilson, then Mr. Lancashire.
Thank you, Inspector. Yes, I'd like to agree with much of what has been said, and including the Runnymede Trust report. I don't consider the plan to be sound either, because it is not effective in delivering successful, sustainable regeneration for both existing and future residents, businesses, and community services and spaces. My evidence is mainly anecdotal. In my experience from living in Southwark for over 20 years, the way regeneration is being done is harmful to the people who live and work in the borough and its neighbouring areas. Having worked as part of Peckham Vision for half that time, I and many others in Peckham have had the privilege of experiencing a different approach in really involving the local community, with hopefully greater overall benefits for Peckham and the town centre than there would have otherwise been. Whilst my work has mainly focused in Peckham, I have been sad to see my own local area in South Bermondsey come under threat and suffer from numerous non-viable, large-scale, inappropriate developments, as well as infills and a constant degradation of local amenity and green spaces, heritage assets, and conservation areas, with regeneration projects such as the old peak-free biscuit factory. So I strongly support Eileen's statement and echo the message that developers and councils, who seem themselves on occasion to act as estate agents rather than responsible landlords, are not necessarily best equipped to understand communities' needs, nor how to get this information out from the local community, where collaboration with those communities and detailed guidance is needed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think I indicated, was it Mr. Wilson next, please?
Thank you. So I'm Mike Wilson, and I'm representing Pembroke House, which is a community organisation in Walworth in Southwark. So in my sort of representations and in my hearing statements, I've really made reference to 2 points that I think refer back to the discussion earlier. And these really have, specifically on, firstly, the need for an adequate and a measurable definition of what regeneration that works for all will look like. And in particular, the sort of common characteristics of the neighbourhoods that the plan is attempting to build. And then secondly, as part of that, as an appropriate recognition of the role of social infrastructure as a key component of the above. So on the former, I'm certainly supportive of the changes that have been made to the plan in terms of the aspiration to develop a regeneration model that works for all. And specifically, I think we're very supportive of the changes that have been made that to the latest sort of draft of the plan that talk about a borough that's built from a network of distinctive places and neighbourhoods. And I think that model of distinctive neighbourhoods is certainly followed through in these respective area visions, but it's picking up on the discussion at the very beginning. I think what we don't have at the moment and I think this is difficult, therefore, to say that the plan is sound without this, is an overarching vision about what pulls those area plans together, and in particular sort of a borough-wide strategy that really explicitly sets out with measurable targets what equitable development of these neighbourhoods is going to look like. What are the common measurable characteristics of a thriving neighbourhood that this plan is seeking to create, and what's the connection between that and very interested in the sort of explicit connections to the social regeneration charters that seem to be doing increasingly heavy lifting but don't sit within the plan itself. So I'd argue that sort of clarification on that borough-wide strategy for neighbourhood development and the links to social regeneration charter would be modifications needed, really just to draw this plan into line with the good growth aspirations of the new London plan in particular, and the aspirations set out there to create strong and inclusive communities that see overall reductions in inequality. So I've made specific wording suggestions in previous statements that I won't repeat here, but they're included in the EIP library and EIP 97 and 121. So that's on the sort of broad vision. I think as part of that, and I think that what we've raised in previous submissions is also the crucial role of social infrastructure, and ensuring that regeneration is going to work for all means that we need to make sure that there's an appropriate focus on not just building new social infrastructure, but picking up on comments before of sustaining existing social infrastructure. And I'll have more to contribute to this on later matters, but I think it's also crucially relevant to SP2. And social infrastructure, we know is highlighted in chapter 5 of the new London plan. It sits as its own policy S1, developing London social infrastructure, and it's a critical component of the governing sort of good growth policy of building strong and inclusive communities. And even this morning, the mayor with the GLA were launching their new social infrastructure report, which highlights work specifically within Southwark. So in Walworth and other areas of Southwark, that is offering new models of social infrastructure within the borough itself. So I would really crucially like to see social infrastructure included in explicit reference in SP2. And it's just, it's referenced, that phrase is referenced 58 times in the London plan, but only 4 times in this latest draft of the Southwark plan. So I'd like to see that strengthened specifically in SP2. So in summary, a view of the overarching vision and the relationship that's measurable, and then the relationship between that and the specific area plans. And secondly, an improved and highlighted role for social infrastructure in the remainder of SP2.
Thank you, for that, I was looking at raised hands. Marie Staunton, your hand was raised. Has your point been addressed?
Largely, I just wanted to give an example of how it applies in the Camberwell context, if I have an opportunity. So we find that a reuse and repair approach, as Eileen is proposing, and also mapping of assets, is more likely to preserve informal community spaces, which we're losing in Camberwell. So right now, around the Magistrates' Court, one of the areas of redevelopment, it's being used quite a lot as a skateboarding area for young people. That's the sort of thing that doesn't appear anywhere unless you actually map those assets. And secondly, in Camberwell, by having a mapping of assets which engages the community, it's a much more efficient way of working. At the moment, we're, as a community group in Camberwell, we're negotiating with the developers of Camberwell Lanes as giving them now lots of information about the uses in the area and the heritage in the area, which it would have been a lot more efficient if we'd have started off with that. And then my third point is for Camberwell, which doesn't have a social regeneration plan, for people to get involved in what has been, as you can understand, to a community group, it's quite a difficult process to understand. It would really help, as the previous speaker said, if that social regeneration plan had a clear force and effectiveness, and local community groups know that it's worth putting the time into that, and we're given details in advance of how we can get involved, because in parts of the new Southwark plan that has been missing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think finally it's Mr. Mihajlovic.
My hand not up. Thank you, sir. It's Mihajlovic. That's great. So I'd like to echo the support that's already been expressed by some members for the aspiration to regeneration for all in the plan, and also echo the points made in terms of curation rather than redevelopment, and preserving existing assets, which can also be seen as a kind of regeneration in terms of bringing them back to life and recognizing any negative suppressing forces which have existed that are artificial and not actually market forces, such as planning policies, which haven't served the area well in the past, and just having an acknowledgement of that. So in terms of getting to that stage, I think that the reality is we're moving towards a zonal planning system, particularly with planning for development rights, which means that if an area is not in some way recognised formally, then the default will be that it will become a housing regeneration area, which means that the idea is that regeneration takes place solely through the increase of residential density, which studies show is actually a negligible effect by comparison to safeguarding existing and non-residential uses and cross-fertilization of movement of people. So I'm not going to speak too long on this, because my main points are on spatial strategy to advocate for the creation of a new local centre on Camberwell New Road, which falls outside the ambit of the Camberwell area plan. And so, just linking to that, I would advocate for a more liberal designation of centres in general to react to the increasing zoning regime of planning. And I would invite comment and thought on why you would not use the devices available to increase the number of, for example, local centre designations of clusters of non-residential uses which form visitor areas, and therefore places of people interaction and activity which should be planned for. And those are my thoughts for this section. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to hear from Mr. Lee and then Mr. Lancashire, and then we'll go back to the council before we move on with the agenda. So Mr. Lee first, please.
I fully support the proposed changes that have been made with regard to reuse, with regard to local audits, and also with regard to continual collaboration with citizens and small businesses. What I'd like to do is, by way of support, to provide some policy support, which I've referred to in my representations and written statement, but I'd like to provide a concise explanation of those. And could I start by saying that I applaud the inclusion of SP2. I think it's one of the most important parts of the new Southwark plan, and it really ensures that the new Southwark plan is trying to be consistent with the new London plan, because the new London plan under Mayor Sadiq Khan starts off on the basis that growth must be inclusive. And so we had the introduction by Sadiq Khan of the good growth objectives and policies at the very start. And the intention of those is clearly set out to address inequality, to address the sense of great exclusion across London, and to actually have a plan that's based on, in Sadiq Khan's terms, all Londoners, or in our terms, all the citizens of Southwark. So this is why I support the intention of SP2. I think it's a very important policy. What I think the problem is that it arrived within the new Southwark plan midway through its preparation. It wasn't there in the early stages, and it arrived halfway through. And I think a major issue is that many of its ideas have not been integrated into the remainder of the new Southwark plan. So we have a vision, which I expect we're going to look at later. We have a vision that's disconnected from SP2. It doesn't have a social dimension to it at all. We also find that the development management policies relating to SP2 are rather thin. And I agree with Mike Wilson that in order to follow through on SP2, there need to be a number of additions to development management policies, particularly on social infrastructure. Picking up on specifically on the question of reuse, I wasn't able to raise this evidence in my written statement because it's only come out in the last fortnight or so. But the London Assembly members produce fairly regular reports around the issue of demolition across London. And the report that came out very recently, probably about 2 weeks ago, an update report, actually had Southwark as the top borough for demolition. So it had the highest number of demolitions in the pipeline of any borough in London. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to refer to that earlier. If it is of interest, I'd be happy to supply it. So we're starting from a position where the presumption is demolition. And I would suggest that this is not consistent with the London plan, and it's not consistent with the council's own policies. And in terms of the London plan, we now have policy H8, which is in the housing chapter, H for housing, which says that, if I can put my hands on it, which says that before considering demolition, boroughs and their partners should always consider alternative options first, and that they should balance the potential benefits of demolition against the wider social and environmental impacts. So that's clause C of policy H8 of the London plan. I would argue that we're not consistent with that at the moment, and that we should be. And then looking at the council's own draft climate emergency strategy, which I submitted with my written statement, and you kindly accepted that as an appendix to my written statement. I think it was actually in written Matter1 written statement, but anyway, it's there on the record. And there is a section of the council's climate emergency strategy which looks at issues to do with construction. And it says within the document that a carbon neutral Southwark will find the best way to reduce carbon in its buildings, reusing and retrofitting existing buildings when this is the most efficient way to reduce carbon. It then goes on to say our objectives are encouraging the repurposing of existing buildings where practical. And then under the actions section, that the council's own policy says that they will enforce the inclusion of emissions and embodied carbon emissions from construction in the net zero targets on developments. So the embodied carbon emissions is the emissions from the construction process. And this is following on from policy support for this in the new London plan, where the SI2 policy has introduced a new requirement to carry out the carbon whole life cycle carbon assessments, including picking up and counting the emissions from construction, the demolition and building of new homes. So it seems to me that there's plenty of policy support in the London plan and in the council's own climate emergency strategy to, at the very minimum, ensure that reuse and repurposing of buildings is first of all included in SP2, and then obviously it would be sensible to integrate that in some of the other policies. The other final points that I wanted to make is there's been some reference to the social regeneration charters. And I live within an area that has a social regeneration charter. It's been in draft form for the last year for St Thomas Street in London Bridge. And I submitted that. I think it was probably under Matter10. I submitted the St Thomas Street draft social regeneration charter. And what I'd like to bring to everyone's attention is that when it came to looking at the allocation of neighbourhood CIL, the community infrastructure levy money, which is quite considerable in the London Bridge area, it was the social regeneration charter and its indicators which was used as a benchmark. So community groups and businesses and others were invited to put project ideas forward and that they had to be based upon the indicators in the social regeneration charter. So it seems to me that this is a very important aspect, and to not mention it within the new Southwark plan, I think is a mistake. It's being used for many things, including CIL allocations. And therefore, it's an important document for developers to be aware of too in their negotiations as well. The other issue I would raise on the social regeneration charters is that Ms. Seymour referred to the monitoring indicators. When one looks at the integrated impact assessment, sorry to return to this again, but there is a section there on monitoring within the integrated impact assessment, and it actually says that the monitoring that will be undertaken will be including indicators in the social regeneration framework. So if that's followed through in the draft monitoring indicators that the council is going to be bringing forward, and I believe it is going to be based on my own statement of common ground meeting, then again, the social regeneration framework and charters and their indicators is absolutely a central part of the new Southwark Plan. It's going to be used as a basis for the indicators. So to not give it a policy position does seem rather perverse. So I think I've probably gone on too long.
Okay, that's okay, Mr. Lee.
I did. Sorry.
I was going to say that's okay because there are other people waiting to speak.
That's right. So I will finish and just say that please have a look at my representations where I suggest other wording changes to SP2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I mean, bear in mind we're only on point one of the agenda. There's a lot more to go. Maybe people are getting what they want to say now, but there will be other opportunities. But there are three people who've been patiently waiting. I'm going to start with Mr. Lancashire, then Mr. O'Connor, and then we are going to move on in terms of the agenda, please. So Mr. Lancashire first.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
I can, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to just recall that I've lived near the Elephant and Castle for the past 70 years as a council or social housing tenant, and have therefore seen it go through various iterations. I saw the Haygate estate being built and also the shopping centre currently being demolished, being built. I'm connected with the Balfour Street Housing Co-op, which I helped set up about 40 years ago. And I've, for 20 or 30 years of my time in Southwark, I worked as a youth and community worker at voluntary organisations in the borough, in the north of the borough. I'm also connected with the Southwark Pensioners Action Group, and I chair the, I'm a trustee of the Southwark Law Centre and chair the Planning Voice project, which Harps is the worker at. I just think I want to focus, if I may, on, in relation to this plan, on the key issues that relate to sustainable regeneration and community engagement, which have to be effective, and there must be some very robust and unambiguous words embodied in this section of the plan if it's going to be effective. If major modifications, in my view, cannot be made, then I think you as inspectors have to deem this this plan to be unsound. But I'm hopeful that you will, given what I've heard from others, that there are journeys going on that will help in this respect to implement major modifications. The thing I particularly want to focus on and highlight in relation to what I consider sustainable regeneration and policy in this plan is my relationship as the cabinet member for regeneration and as a Southwark councillor to the Haygate estate in the 90s. So I took the decision towards the end of the 90s and took a report through the council cabinet as the lead member that the Haygate estate and the shopping centre in their entirety should be demolished. Now, I did that for three reasons. One, I thought the housing on the estate had been poorly maintained and designed. I thought the housing in the large blocks, when I looked at the detail of the size of the homes in those blocks, was inadequate for the needs of the area at the time. And thirdly, I could not begin to persuade constituents of mine in the Chaucer ward who lived on the Rockingham estate and the Tabard estate to be rehoused on either the Haygate or the Aylesbury estates. They just wouldn't go there. So that's why I came to that position. But I accepted, having taken that position, that the council would have to go into partnership with a private developer. That was an understanding I had. And related to that, I made it very clear to officers that in my view, that we should, as far as possible, retain in public ownership public land. And secondly, that the redevelopment programme for the Haygate estate should be phased into two sections, and that anybody who wanted to stay in the neighbourhood should stay in, and the social housing should be built first, and they should be rehoused in the first phase. That all happened around 2000. Unfortunately, the deal that was finally done some 10, 15 years later did not reflect that position, and the conditions on the Haygate estate are quite different, and there is no significant social or council housing. And that's an example of what, if you do not look very carefully at the wording in this plan in its various sections, not least this section, but also other sections, then I think that we'll be in the same position 10 or 15 years on as we are now with the Haygate estate compared to where we might have been in 2000. After I resigned as a councillor in 2002, I then did some visiting lecturing based on my experience in Southwark up in the northeast of England at Sunderland and Durham universities. And I want to just mention two things about that that I think might inform your approach to looking at this. I think others have referred to what I would call a holistic approach to regeneration, which makes it sustainable. So that you have to, I developed a framework which said you have to take account of the physical, the economic, the political, the social, the environmental, and the spiritual dimensions of regeneration. All those were important, and they were all connected. You can't put them into different bunkers. Secondly, because of work I'd done in the 70s in Chicago with a man called John McKnight, and took through into my work in youth and community work, it's as simple as ABCD. What that means is it's asset-based community development. And I think it's very important, and the social regeneration charters probably give an opportunity, if they're done properly, for local residents to be carefully listened to and seen as assets rather than victims or problems. And I think in that context, you've heard this morning and you heard yesterday, inspectors, quite a lot about use of the words consultation and collaboration with the community. Now, in my experience as a councillor and as also as a local resident over the past 40 years, consultation and collaboration has not been effective. In my view, there are two particular reasons for this. One is that there's a significant underinvestment in planning departments. They just don't have enough staff.
Okay, can I interrupt, Mr. Lancashire? I think what's helpful to us as part of the examination process is how we're looking at policy SP2, how that can be, if it's unsound, how that can be modified, perhaps rather than perhaps wider council processes. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there are other people who wish to speak. I think we said at the start, we need short focus.
Let me just round up then by saying to you that I think you've got to pay careful attention in the wording of this document about how you make sure consultation and collaboration is effective going forward. And you've got to think, as young people often say to me, what do we want the borough to look like in the next 10 or 15 years? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Connor, please, and then we are going to move on with the agenda.
Great. I'll be brief. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I just wanted to quote from the benchmark study, which is the information behind one of the regeneration charters. I've made this point in my representation, but I just wanted to say that the way that these are being summarized needs to be checked. So the following things are not included in the summaries, which are what is given as the evidence for this examination. Some residents also report feeling disempowered. Quote, everyone living here feel like they're up against an unstoppable juggernaut. Everyone has a resignation that this is the way things run, resident. There are frustrations around residents' views not being taken into account. Some voice cynicism around consultation processes. There is a feeling that residents' voices have little meaningful impact, particularly in relation to the design of proposals. Several stakeholders also voiced concerns that commitments made to community infrastructure during the planning processes would not be meaningfully upheld. quote, as locals, we've tried to collaborate and even been led by the council as to how we can have an impact, but we've basically been strung along in various ways. And I just wanted to say again, so that's been edited out of the summary document, which then forms the evidence for the regeneration charter as put on the examination page. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I said at the start we would come back to the council after we'd heard from everybody to pick up some any relevant or key points. I just wondered if the council can come back specifically in terms of the suggestions that in order to make the plans sound, there should be consideration to a main modification that prioritises or puts a particular emphasis on reusing and adapting existing buildings as part of regeneration. And then secondly, around whether the plan gives sufficient or appropriate recognition around social infrastructure as part of its approach to regeneration for all. Ms. Seymour, please.
With the refurbishment, I would like to deal with that with the other climate emergency issues if possible, because I think that it's a bigger conversation than just a number of comments now, if that's okay. I can give my evidence when we discuss that. I think that we have got a strategic policy that deals with climate emergency, and that I can present that evidence for you later.
Sorry, Ms. Seymour, is that a new? Will that be a new policy?
No, I think we deal with it already in our policies in cleaner, greener, safer. And so, unless we're discussing, if you are asking me to look at an amendment to that strategic policy, then I can. But at the moment, I would prefer to have the conversation about refurbishment as part of the more detailed conversation that we're having about the climate emergency on March the 11th, if that's okay.
Okay.
I just think it's a big conversation that a lot of people have raised in their representations, and so there will be a lot of detail, I would have thought, to discuss about that. So that might come forward as part of the modifications that we're looking at.
Okay, and in terms of the
social infrastructure. Yes, the social infrastructure policy. So in the glossary, you'll see that we define social infrastructure as part of infrastructure. So we don't have various classifications of social infrastructure within the plan. We just set out that where we talk about infrastructure, that includes social infrastructure. Policy SP2 sets out our regeneration that works for all strategic policy. And if you look in the contents page, 14 policies specifically deliver that strategic policy. And in there, you'll see considerable opportunities to deliver social infrastructure. But that's not the only place in the plan where we do deliver social infrastructure. There are other policies as well in other parts of the plan where we split down social infrastructure to be more clear about what it exactly is that we're going to deliver. So in Regeneration for All, we talk about policies such as design of places, design quality, designing out crime. And then in other areas, we talk about education, places, and access to employment and training, which can include some of that. But then there's other policies as well. So I suppose my point is that we don't have one specific policy to deliver social infrastructure, but we do deliver that through the entire plan. So it's a key theme where we look at any infrastructure that is being delivered. And then could I just come back on a couple of other points, just as points of information? So Mr. Lee raised some demolitions evidence, which I presume is the evidence that Sian Berry has put on the website. The council does not accept that demolitions evidence, and I'm not aware that it's part of the examination. If you would like it to be considered as the part of the examination, then I can bring forward evidence on that. But if not, then I don't think we should consider it. I'm not aware it is part of the examination, and the council has asked for background figures on that evidence, that's on that website, and we have not been provided with it, and we've been asking for it for about a month now, ever since it came out. So I'm happy to provide information on demolitions, but I'm not comfortable with that evidence being provided as fact. And then just had a couple of other points. One point was about the monitoring. I thought that I was clear that the purpose of the monitoring was to monitor together social regeneration charters and planning policies. And I think that's the point Mr. Lee was raising, that he would like to happen. And that is what I was saying would happen. But I just wanted, if I wasn't clear, I'm sorry about that. So I was just trying to clarify that. Then just one other point, which is that I think we're going to come back to this later, so I'll just mention it in one sentence. Southwark is a polycentric borough, that's how we see it, with our vision and a series of area visions. So there was a number of points about looking at certain things, and that's very much our approach. So I just wanted to raise that.
Okay.
And that's all my points. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm now going to press on with the agenda. We've still got a fair amount to cover. I'm probably now going to pass over to my colleague, Mr. Milam, to continue the discussion on regeneration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer, and good afternoon, everyone. I think it's fair to say that the discussion we've had so far has somewhat stumbled across the toes of a lot of what I was going to say in terms of the second bullet point and agenda item 4. And I think it's fair to say that I think the council's response has probably gone as far as I think you're prepared to in terms of consideration of some of the matters, particularly in terms of social regeneration. So what was left in terms of what I wanted to ask was really in relation to SP2, and your hearing statement sort of talked about the policy focusing on all forms of regeneration universally. And obviously the amended policies version added particular wording in relation to all local businesses. But what I wanted to understand really and get to the bottom of is how SP2 really sort of addresses economic regeneration.
So SP2 is focusing on residents and local businesses, so that people to try and reduce inequality, because they're both intrinsically linked. And so the purpose of this policy is to set out about how when regeneration takes place, we can deliver that. And some of the issues in the policy talk about enlivening town centres and good growth, which comes from the London plan, which encompasses wider than just residential regeneration. Maybe you might want us to use less jargon, so that it might be that people who don't read the London plan can still understand what good growth means. So maybe, and then we talk about people who are vulnerable, facing disadvantage by investing in prevention and tackling causes of inequality. And that's involving services, partners, community-based activities. So that's a more wider focus. And so all of these points talk about a wider focus. So that's how we've addressed that issue. So we haven't said, I mean, some of them, obviously we've talked about tenure integration and residential, because as you've heard, there's a lot of concerns about those issues, but we have also aimed to address the wider issues about everyone benefiting from activities, leisure, squares, shops, etc. So I think that maybe if you would like us to look at that being clearer, we could look at that sentence which talks about good growth and be clearer about what that means, because I think that's where we deliver the question that you're asking.
I'll give that some thought, Ms. Seymour. What I also want to get to the bottom of is that, as well, is I understand what you've said, but also there's other policies in the plan that talk about sort of business relocation, the impact on businesses themselves as a result of regeneration. And I suppose my concern is how SP2 reflects that as part of a sort of golden thread throughout the plan, sort of starting front and centre from your strategic policies.
Yeah.
How does
Well,
SP2 do that?
yeah, well, I don't know if SP2, I mean, the purpose of SP2 is to revitalise places and neighbourhoods, to create new opportunities for residents and local businesses, to promote well-being and reduce inequalities so that people have better lives and stronger communities. So that's the aim of SP2. Mm-hmm. So it's what you're asking for within there to have another bullet which is more explicit about affordable workspace. Because we've said about providing jobs, and we've said about providing tackling the causes of inequality for everybody. So would you like something in there which says a bit more about, because we said about the collaboration. So is it just the affordable workspace that you're concerned about, that we're not explicit enough, or is it wider than that?
I don't think it's just affordable workspace. I think it's a general concern about where there are areas of the borough that are potentially going to displace existing businesses and those business owners. How that kind of economic regeneration is reflected, because we've talked about the impact on residents a lot in that regard, but I think SP2 hasn't addressed some of those potential threats in terms of the business community.
Well, that was more in SP4, strong local economy, where we talk about where all of our existing and new residents, businesses and workers benefit from our strong economy. And then we go on to talk about office space and jobs, and bringing more opportunities for people to find work, get into training, achieve their aspirations. A place where town centres and high streets thrive, and businesses thrive, distinct town centres. So that was another key point which people are concerned about. So I won't read the whole policy out, but this was where we felt that was delivered rather than SP2.
Yes, I mean it may be something that I need to take away and think about in terms of the relationship between those two policies. But I think I've seen sort of a flavour across some representations, not solely on this matter, but have been included in statements on this matter, that potentially sort of say that some businesses might not, if they're looking to be displaced by large regeneration proposals, they may not consider being relocated a benefit. And therefore, perhaps there needs to be some reflection of how that's addressed, possibly through SP2 as well as SP4, which we'll come on to in another session. So I think it's at the moment. I think what I'm saying is I'm just trying to understand that relationship at the moment. I think it's not abundantly clear as yet, but I'll need to reflect on it and also on what you've said in terms of your responses.
I'm happy to draft a paragraph as well for SP2 if you'd like, to enable you to have a bit more thought about that issue.
Yes, and that may be something we can pick up as part of the wider discussion on economic development and the economy later in the examination. But I think just in terms of the missing bit of the discussion today in terms of SP2, I wanted to raise those points now. I had a number of other questions around sort of role of the environment in terms of SP2. I think we've covered all those, and I think you said we're going to come back to that and how SP2 could address the fabric measures as part of the environmental discussion as well. So my thunder has somewhat been stolen for this bullet point, but that might be useful in terms of moving us along the agenda. But I think in terms of what bullet point 2 was seeking to address in terms of environmental, social and economic benefits of regeneration, I think the discussion we've had since we opened the session probably covers all those in the round. So that's probably the end of my questions to you for the moment, Ms. Seymour. I can see a hand from Ms. Orgner at this point, so now would seem an opportune moment to bring in other participants. So I'll start with Ms. Orgner, and then if there's anyone else who wants to make a point on this, do raise your hand now. Ms. Orgner.
Thank you, sir. I don't think I'm going to be the only one who wants to address you on this economic aspect that you've brought out. And I think what you've just discussed with Ms. Seymour there illustrates how we have said this policy is not effective in terms of balancing regeneration for all in terms of economic and business relocation. I have referred to this in my statement, and a large part of the Planning Board project's work over the past couple of years has been helping traders in the Elephant and Castle area leading up to and after the closure of the shopping centre. Some facts about these traders are many of them are from Black and minority ethnic backgrounds and have been trading upwards to 20 years in the area. As it stands, the ones that were left of 94, I believe, when the shopping centre closed last year, 40 were left with no relocation space. We're still working with those traders to try and achieve that relocation space. But in the way it's working now, as sort of a current day example, we're working with primarily market traders to try and achieve a further relocation site in the Elephant and Castle. The most recent figures that Southwark Council are bringing forward for a potential market, which is welcome, is for a much less sort of secure and permanent market situation in a different location. And the quote that they've received for the cost of storage is £250 a month compared to the £44 they were paying up to for a month up to September 24th when the shopping centre closed. So I just wanted to provide that illustrative example of these, many of who are Southwark residents, these traders who are really feeling the brunt of the fact that regeneration isn't working for them in terms of their businesses and their economic livelihoods. They're not able to meet their basic needs in terms of their businesses in the borough as a direct result of this regeneration, and it's a very recent and current situation that they're facing. So I welcome your questioning of whether SP2 is effective in that regard.
Thank you, Ms. Orgner. Can I hear from Corinne Turner next, please?
Yes, thank you, Inspector. And I would also like to support Harp's Angela's statement there, and also thank you for raising this, a very important issue affecting many hundreds of people across the borough, who over the decades in Southwark have lost many street trading opportunities. And for those that have lost them because of redevelopment and regeneration, they've lost their livelihoods. So they've been directly impacted upon in a negative way. And it's somewhat ironic, I must say, that many of today's very top business people started their lives on market stalls. Now, to find one is almost impossible. Or if you are lucky enough to find one, the rates are not terribly conducive, and you suddenly find that some kind of redevelopment has a very bad impact and changes everything for your business. And it's not conducive to good business sense and successful livelihoods. So I thank you again. I mean, there's many more things that may be raised in SP4 on this, but to create a strong local economy must include the very smallest businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I hear from Julie Brickworth next, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you indeed.
Thank you. I would like to say that I think that the social regeneration charters are a brilliant start. Unfortunately, I think they're a bit of a toothless beast at the moment. That they are considered a material consideration, it's not strong enough, it holds no weight, and they need to be made some sort of a recognised document. They also need to include things like these economic issues that we're talking about, because you cannot separate out sort of community spaces, the informal community spaces someone was talking about earlier, from the success of businesses, from what particular communities benefit or are harmed by any policy. So I think that these social regeneration charters have the opportunity to actually pull those things together, perhaps with the audit that Eileen Conn was talking about earlier, where it picks up all of these things. Then if they are a recognised document, they can be measured, they can be audited, and they can be used to hold people to account. And the final sort of point on part of that is the climate change point. I don't think that that can be separated out and said that that's something to be dealt with in one policy, separate from everything else. It needs to go through everything. And I don't think that this is a fault of the council. Institutions are very slow beasts to turn around, particularly on planning policy. But events are moving faster, and our policies actually need to run to catch up, or they're not going to be useful documents. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now hear from Eileen Conn, please?
Thank you. It takes quite a while to get used to this unmuting thing. Thank you very much. I just want to say that everything I said before about the need to shift the New Southwark plan from a demolition-led redevelopment approach to one that gives at least equal approach to reuse is just as applicable to the economy as well as it is to the residential area. In fact, where we started was realising the havoc that was going to be caused to Peckham Town Centre by the demolition-led approach. And so it wasn't actually from a residential point of view that we were looking at it, although we were on the whole residents who were looking at it. So I think one of the problems that somehow a plan like the New Southwark plan has to deal with is that on the ground, life as lived doesn't really distinguish between whether somebody who is spending most of their days and some of their nights there actually lives in the borough or not, whether they're local business people or people who actually sleep in the area is somewhat irrelevant. We're all part of the local community, and that's what is meant really behind what Mike Wilson was saying about neighbourhoods and social infrastructure, and what I was referring to in terms of the socio and economic aspect of neighbourhoods, which is what the unfortunate impact of a redevelopment and demolition-led approach ignores completely. These things cannot be replaced. As we're seeing at the Elephant Castle, they've been sundered apart. And so if we're really serious about SP2 being a regeneration that works for all, we've got to find some way to make SP2 as a policy address all these integrated holistic aspects on the ground. And at the moment, it's in a strange, uneasy position where it relates to mainly policies something like P12 to P25, which are specific physical fabric of the neighbourhood. But if you look at SP6, which is what Ms. Seymour referred to when talking about some aspects of what we were trying to say about reuse, it doesn't fit there at all what we're talking about, because that's all about open spaces and green and safe things, rather than the integrated nature of neighbourhoods at street level. So that's really all I want to say. And thank you for raising this question, because very often, somehow, everything seems to focus on residents in residential areas, when the economy and all the other things that are a crucial part of life seem to get sidelined and relegated to some secondary position.
Thank you very much. Can I hear from Mark Mihailovich?
That's correct. Yes,
Mihailovich,
Mihailovich, thank you, sir. Yes. So I'd like to echo the points made about disruption to businesses. I'm a long-term high street advocate, so I take a lot of interest in the issue. And the point I want to emphasise is that the goodwill of such largely ethnic minority businesses is often local and based in local communities. So it's difficult to regenerate that in other parts of the borough when they go there. So there should be an emphasis on more continuity, particularly given that they're overly dependent on those communities because trading conditions can often be quite hostile for various reasons connected to planning and parking. So in terms of the wider narrative of demolish and rebuild, that also applies to commercial. And my argument would be that we should disregard the narrative of high street decline and ask serious questions about why we have empty shops and how that's connected to local policy, and whether it wouldn't be better to follow the pattern which developed over the centuries of pre-motorist human scale movements, which the high street outlines, in order to protect that, rather than attempt to recreate a new commercial goodwill in areas and new developments which have shown not to be very successful in the past in terms of being immediately tenanted, even in the area of Elephant Castle, for example. So I also think protect edge of centre locations and out of centre locations inside urban areas. So there's often a confusion between out of town areas and areas which are still in urban areas but outside main town centres. If you protect those, then you lower the barrier to entry to commerce, and you have the ability for low throughput but high specialist and a wider variety of uses to be present. So that's all I have to say on that matter. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can I hear from Mr. Brearley next, please?
Thank you. Yes, well, I do believe it's reasonable to predict that the result of the NSP would be acceleration of total quantum loss, a net quantum loss of non-residential accommodation, particularly outside central activity zone. So I don't think the strategic policies are the answer, but it really would help if there was more, for example, in SP2 of relevance about the local economy and the challenges faced by businesses as the borough grows and changes. But that is particularly this central issue of accommodation, quantum, type, and location. That's the fundamental issue. Fiddling with sticking plaster policies and emphasizing them around affordable workspace, or dreaming that one day developers might be careful and relocate businesses nicely, I just don't think is the main point. The main point is that we want the plan to commit to properly understanding and seeking to address the accommodation needs, and they are very big scale and complex, and they are not being met. The reality is that businesses in the borough are in the midst of an accommodation crisis, and it gets worse in each area where there's intensive redevelopment as businesses are displaced and evicted and have a terrible experience, and they either get pushed further out of London or they give up. It's a really big problem. It's an existential crisis for many businesses, and that's what the plan needs to address. And it certainly would help as part of that for that to be flagged and recognised in policies like SB2. Accommodation is the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Brearley. Mr. Lee, I can see your hand up. If you could be very succinct, because I'd like to hear back from the council before we move on with the agenda. So if you could make your point briefly now.
Yes, I'll be especially succinct. I fully support what Mark Brearley has just said. I feel that the key words that need to be included in SP2 are around equity and diversity. And in this context, apply those to the economy. And the policy support for that is in the Good Growth Policy 5 of the New London Plan, which uses those precise terms that we must seek a London economy that provides equity and diversity. And within this, just two very quick points to conclude. I'm sad that a local organisation called Latin Elephant can't be here today, because just last week they launched a new report, and the title of it, Supporting Migrant and Ethnic Economies Through Regeneration in Southwark. And this was just launched last week. And it's based on their long-term experience, not only at the Elephant and Castle with the traders there, but also in other parts of Southwark and London as well. And my final point is that if we're truly looking at getting the right economic concepts and vision in place in SP2 and the main vision, surely we need to also include around green economy. The Mayor of London's now got a Green New Deal recovery plan. There's lots of potential investment there available. And Southwark really should be putting this in their policies and applying for investment as part of their commitment to a Green New Deal and the environmental climate emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Right, if I can just give the council an opportunity to briefly respond to the points that we've just heard in relation to the economic side of SP2 before we move on with the agenda. So, Ms. Seymour, you're on mute, I think.
I don't have anything further to add other than I will provide a new bullet point which expands on good growth to set out more clearly the issues which that covers, which I think are the issues that are being raised by everybody here today.
Yes, I think whilst I said earlier I hadn't formed any necessary views on main modifications, I think as the discussion has gone on, I think it is clear that SP2 is going to need to have much greater regards to the economic side of regeneration. So I'd welcome the council's consideration of that point through the text you were thinking of. So on that basis, I think we're going to move on with the agenda and hand back to Mr. Spencer for the next bullet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Milam. It's just coming up to 3:15. We've been going now for about an hour and 3/4. I wonder if now is the time to take a mid-afternoon adjournment. I think that might be helpful. I think the council's got a helpful slide I noticed yesterday that fixes us at 15 minutes. So I think as soon as Jacqueline or whoever puts that up, that will dictate to us when we need to be back. So that'll be roughly about 3:30. So if people can be back on screen of 3:30, we'll finish the regeneration discussion and then move on to spatial vision and strategy. So people can be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Well, it's just coming up to the 15 minutes since we took the start of the break. I think everybody is back. I'll just wait for somebody from the council. Okay, thank you. We'll carry on with the agenda in relation to regeneration. It's the third and final point under our item 4, and it's understanding regeneration in returns to heritage assets and the character of the borough. Bearing in mind we're going to be having a separate discussion around heritage policies in a couple of weeks' time. But clearly a theme from the representations on the new Southwark plan is a concern that regeneration will tangibly change the character of parts of the borough and needs to have appropriate regard to local heritage, including non-designated assets and local buildings which are considered locally important. And my question to the council is, does policy SP2 suitably recognise character and heritage considerations, and will it be effective in combination, given that the plan must be read as a whole, including with policies in the London plan?
Yes, the plan provides sufficient safeguards to ensure that regeneration respects the distinct character and heritage of the borough. Southwark has a significant number of heritage assets, including listed buildings and conservation areas and valued areas of character. In order for appropriate development to occur, the new Southwark plan has a suite of design and heritage policies that, in combination with other development plan documents, such as the London plan and the planning guidance and evidence-based studies, provide a clear policy framework for safeguarding character and heritage while delivering other strategic planning objectives such as housing delivery targets. The suite of policies include, there's a whole list of them which are in the contents page of the new Southwark plan. P12, design of places, P16, tall buildings, P18, listed buildings and structures, P19, conservation areas. There's so many of them. P20, P22, P23, P24, P25, P31, P33, P38, P40, P41, P42, P43, P56, 67, 60, 65 and IP4. Furthermore, page 11 of the new Southwark plan and subsequent sections of area visions highlight the importance of the character of our neighbourhoods. It's inevitable that when new development will occur in the borough, this will bring changes to the built form, and so some of our places with a poorer character will improve, whilst areas with good character will be sensitively managed with new development. And that's the aim, and looking at how we manage our distinct places is the central theme of the plan. And so that's how we see it moving forward.
Thank you. And in terms of how that works, then, Ms. Seymour, in terms of, you mentioned earlier, the development consultation charters, there's obviously the work ongoing with social regeneration charters. Do they, in combination with the requirements of criteria 9 and 10 of policy SP2, assist in kind of building that kind of baseline picture of what a scheme or a master plan would need to respond to?
So point 9 of SP2 sets out the top of the golden thread. So enhancing local distinctiveness and heritage-led regeneration by requiring the highest possible standards of design, creating vibrant, attractive, healthy, safe and distinctive buildings and places that install pride of place in all of our communities. And then we say that will include networks of green infrastructure, opportunities for healthy activities and improving streets, squares and public spaces between buildings. And so that's the kind of top part of it. And then we go to all the policies which I just outlined. And then it will be monitored in the monitoring frame that we've discussed. And then the way that it will work is, I don't know if you've seen the conservation areas on our proposals map, but we're quite an unusual borough because many of our regeneration areas are within conservation areas. And so that presents particular challenges to Southwark. And that's why that point 9 of SP2 is so important to set out the strategy, and why we have such a large, long list of policies that look at those issues. And then the way that it works is that we have conservation area guide appraisals of those areas, and through the conservation policy we consider all of the different types of heritage assets that we need to protect, and just generally how we enhance, improve our conservation areas and all of our regeneration areas in order to carry out heritage-based regeneration, where we protect and conserve what's there and then build with that. And so that's the approach. And as far as the development consultation charter, yes, that's one of those are questions that we do ask for in there. What's there, you know, what is there now? What will happen to those buildings in addition to what will happen to the people?
Thank you. Just remind me again, Ms. Seymour, I can check my notes from earlier, but in terms of those development consultation charters, you're requiring, you would not register a proposal until those had been satisfactorily completed.
Yeah, it's in our validation checklist that we will not validate a major application until we have that information, and until it's considered how that, you know, if people have made comments on that information as part of the consultation, developers need to take those into consideration and demonstrate to us how they've been considered. It's not good enough to just give us a list of what people have said without actually evaluating that information and responding to that information and changing the proposal. So these have been in place since April last year.
Okay. Thank you for that. I mean, there's no, I suppose an initial thought is there's obviously no reference to those in either the supporting text to this policy. You might need to jog my memory. Are they referred to elsewhere within the plan in terms of the significance of these development consultation charters?
The development consultation charter is so the way that we work in our plan is that we don't include any of the processes that people need to follow in our plan. We put them in the validation checklist or in SPDs. And what we do, and this one will be in the SCI, in the Statement of Community Involvement. So the Development Consultation Charter is Appendix B to the Statement of Community Involvement. And so in that way, we include it as part of the development process. And it's in the page at the start of the New Southwark Plan, Statement of Community Involvement is part of that. That's on page 10 of the plan. What might be helpful is to add in another sentence to that point saying about the Development Consultation Charter, so that that's clear in the plan making page, so where it says find out about our planning documents. I think this was probably written before we had a development consultation charter, so that's why it's not there. So yes, I think we should do that, and we should add that in because it is such an important part of the process that we need to follow.
My memory has just been further jogged to, I think, something that was referred to earlier is around supplementary planning documents. Obviously, there's the forthcoming heritage SPD. Remind me, Ms. Seymour, is there as part of the LDS, is there any sort of intention about a regeneration SPD, or is that something that's not?
Not at present, because we hope that the Statement of Community Involvement and the appendices which will go with that will achieve the necessary guidance for the processes. We will be publishing that before the end of the examination. It's just passing through the various signing off processes at the moment, so that will be available.
Okay, thank I'm going to open this topic up to others. I'd now like to hear from Joe Frost, please. I don't know if you...
It won't allow me to start video, but I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, yes, thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to answer basically what the council's statement was regarding this. I've evidenced throughout my statement that the plan is failing. Buildings resembling the recently demolished Haygate estate or a multi-storey car park are being built right next to conservation areas. There seems to be far too much room for subjective interpretation of the preservation of heritage areas. Southwark Council claim their policies create a clear framework to safeguard heritage, yet we're seeing destruction of heritage assets. I mentioned in my statement a Grade 2 listed building, which is a gatehouse on Grange Walk, which is in a conservation area. Since I submitted that statement, the wall is now collapsing, which just continues the illustrations of carnage that's going on in the area. In reality, what's actually happening is Southwark Council are actively eroding heritage assets as their proposed revisions to the new Southwark plan reflect this as an intention. For example, we need to reinstate the previous clause P18, which the council want to remove, which says avoids unjustifiable harm to the significance of listed buildings and their structures and their settings. And we also need to reinstate P16, avoids unacceptable harm to the significance of designated assets or their settings. And I would suggest adding another clause to P16, which is tall buildings must not impact negatively on the appearance or construction of heritage assets. The problem that we are seeing is it seems that everything is led by the developers, and the developers' end concern is profitability. There's also a power structure within the council whereby 20% of the councillors work as lobbyists for developers in the planning industry. Therefore, we need to ensure that the plan is not only sound, but effective and safeguarded at implementation, not open to interpretation by developers who are purely going to focus on profitability. Additionally, in terms of the quality of housing that is being built next to conservation areas, it's also damaging to who the future residents will be. One case in point is the new development, Rich Industrial Phase 3, whereby they've increased the level of density and heights to such a huge scale that they are implementing frosted glass because otherwise you'll be looking directly at your neighbours. That is not a healthy environment for any future resident. It's also got terrible impact within the environment because of increased electrical usage. We have to temper what is happening with the development plans. If it is purely based around what the developers want, which is the accent that we are seeing time and time again, then all they are going to settle for is more and more and more profitability. And this greed is out of control. And that is upsetting not only for existing residents, but the people who will inhabit those homes in future. Because essentially what is happening is we are building the slums of the future. And just because it's well marketed, and again, you know, this comes back to points that were raised at the beginning of this meeting to do with consultation. If it's developer-led, which is what we're experiencing, they frame the questions, they also market the questions outside of the immediate postcode area, thereby the residents who they are talking to have no idea of the context of where this build will take place and won't be impacted on it. So it's not actually effective engagement with the real community. And I feel that this is a main problem, and that's causing a huge amount of distrust with the plan. So we need to basically tighten that up. Additionally, in terms of reusing buildings, which was raised a number of times by Eileen, who did it brilliantly, the case of the gatehouse, which had an undesignated heritage asset next to it, you know, that could have been redeveloped. And in fact, a woman of influence who lives in one of the gatehouses wanted to have that as a space to have a community-led business, which would have given much more back to the local community in terms of employment, in terms of it being an attractive space, in terms of preserving the heritage. But again, priority is given to meeting housing targets rather than an actual thought about what are we providing for the community. And there have been so many incidents where we've lost like Southwark Town Hall now. I mean, they're looking at increasing the population massively over the next 20 years. But what they're actually doing is eroding the assets available to that community. Surely it should be the other way around. None of this really makes sense. And I think what's also quite problematic within this is, you know, as mentioned earlier, the environmental situation, that needs to run through everything. All of these different areas within the plan all need to interrelate. You can't just separate it out.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Frost. Can I now hear from Corinne Turner, please?
Thank you, Inspector. I'd like to strongly support what Joe Frost has just said. The plan is not effective, therefore not sound, because it's not robust enough to protect the heritage of the borough, the heritage assets, and many have been lost. And indeed, the place that Joe Frost is describing and the area around London Bridge has seen much destruction in regards to this. Some of the most important heritage sites in, well, I would say England, if you like, in London, I was going to say, but certainly, with things being buried on the promise of future viewing ability, but of course that doesn't happen. So the plan needs to be strengthened to stop this happening. There's also another problem. It may not be appropriate to raise this here, but the local consideration is not taken into account. These policies described are not known to many people when they need to have them accessible to them. I think experts, in the broadest sense of the word, are used to put a value on what are properties worth keeping and what are not. It is not the local communities that are asked, it is these other unknown authorities, bodies. And I think that's another failing, and how that can be brought into and changed, I don't know, but I just know from experience that it's inadequate to ask these authoritative organizations. They're not capable of knowing all the time what is important to the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I hear from Eileen Conn, please?
Thank you. I just want to make a small reference to 2.9 and a suggestion I made for a modification, which is important in this conversation. I suggested that we insert after heritage-led regeneration, so it would read enhancing local distinctiveness and a heritage-led regeneration approach that recognises both tangible and intangible heritage assets. The whole of 2.9 is really written in terms of the physical, and bearing in mind the comments that were made earlier about the importance of social infrastructure and the character of neighbourhoods, and that in this point in your agenda, you're actually talking about the character of the borough. These are all including intangible assets, and I think it's really important to get that word in terms of 2.9. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conn. Mr. Brearley, please.
Thank you. Well, I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry hearing that from the council, because I contrast it with the actual experience in the Old Kent Road area, which is being ripped apart with no regard for its scarce heritage assets and its histories being erased. And 5 years into the process, an assessment of what might be recognised as heritage assets that we had to push for is still not complete. Permissions are being granted, and even the North Peckham Civic Centre is going to be demolished. Well, there are a huge range of heritage assets, when they're recognised, that stand no chance of being listed and don't merit being in a conservation area. There is a commitment to a local list. The council now seem to be slowly getting the idea that they might actually do the local list properly. I think what would be really useful is if they committed to giving some teeth to that through saying something about that in the plan, most likely route, as has been suggested in the Old Kent Road area by the council, although they haven't done it, is to use Article 4 directions to remove demolition rights from buildings that have been recognised of having heritage merit, but we know full well you could never get them listed. North Peckham Civic Centre was a very good example. It's an amazing 60s building, but because of its era, you wouldn't get it listed. But it really is devastating that that's been destroyed. That could have been protected just by removing demolition rights. And I'd like to see commitment to something like that in the plan, that it's not just about give it the teeth that are already there from conservation areas and listing.
Okay. Thank you. Before I come back to the council, because this will be the final sort of point on regeneration before we move on with the agenda, there are some people who are present today who made comments, I think, more widely on regeneration. And before I move on, I just want to make sure that people have the opportunity to speak or to say what they wanted. I'm not going to force anybody if they're not comfortable coming forward on this. Obviously, I had representations, I think, from Mr. Leach on behalf of the Camberwell Society. I don't know if there's anything further you wish to add, Mr. Leach. You mute. I think you're on mute.
Sorry, typical mistake. The Camberwell Society doesn't really have anything that it wants to add, I think, to SP2, other than to say perhaps that heritage features, I think, once in the entirety of SP2, but obviously, as Ms. Seymour mentioned, so many other policies hang off it, and I think that one thread does not make a woolly jumper, so perhaps there should be a lot more reference to the heritage policies in SP2. But before perhaps making comments on that, what SP2 should contain, I think we really have to look at the actual heritage policies themselves, and then on the basis of what is agreed is appropriate for those, then weave the substance, the essence of those into SP2. But certainly, I think many of the representations made by Eileen Conn specifically, this idea of reuse, refurbishment and repair. I mean, I think that again ties in very, very neatly with policy P25, the local list. If there are undesignated heritage assets which should be protected and which should be reused, refurbished and repaired rather than demolished, then that again I think should be put into SP2. But I don't really want to take up any of the valuable time that we have by saying anything more. I think I'll speak much more when we come to Matter 8 on the 10th of March, if I may. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I come back to Ms. Frost and Mr. Mihailovic, just to check before we move on, anybody else who wishes to say anything in relation to regeneration?
Hi, just to clarify, are we also talking about regeneration within access and regeneration for all? And this is the end of the discussion at this point?
We're coming towards the end, Ms. Frost, so yes, if there's anything further you wish to...
I mean, I would really appreciate if I could have a chance just to talk about the regeneration for all in terms of green space, because Southwark is the 8th most deprived local authority in the country and the 5th most deprived in London in terms of access to green space. And by increasing population density to such a huge level as is proposed, what we're going to see is further poverty of access to green space. Within the developments, what I'm seeing over and over again is we're actually getting gated developments whereby the green space that is being built within the developments is not accessible to other residents. Also, the developers are, as they roll out these huge plans, because they will have a massive block of land, they are increasingly reducing the amount of green space. So I think we really need to look at the issue of strategic social inclusion, because that is something that's going to really upset the very fabric of our social structure within Southwark. You know, we have a very rich mix of people here, and I feel that they are being excluded. And I feel that as the new plans roll out, it's very much about the future residents with no thought about the existing residents. Now, if you are planning to increase the population by this amount, then we really have to work hard to make sure that the recreational and green space facility will match that and not actually impoverish the borough moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mihailovic, please.
Thank you, sir. So I wanted to echo Eileen's points again, reinforce those about reuse of buildings. And also in terms of that, you have something called living heritage. So just to reinforce the point I made earlier, just because you have a score of empty shops in an area, you can't necessarily assume that they're not viable without re-examining the local policy context of the past 20 to even 40 years. You know, particularly in the terms of mass car storage, which you have in the side streets that essentially conditions that built environment. So that's essentially it. And one of the main examples, the reason that I'm piping up on this is that in the local centre proposed, Clarendon Terrace is an example of a Georgian shopping parade, which was designed and built into Camberwell New Road at the time that it was built in 1820. But yet it has suffered from 2 residential conversions, and there were no grounds for appeal for that, and it has no form of protection whatsoever. So I think that just a robust challenge to the idea that that there is such a thing as urban decay which needs to be reused without re-examining the policies which have conditioned it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Eileen Conn, please.
Thank you very much. Mine's a process point. I've had one meeting with Ms. Seymour and one of her colleagues on the modifications I suggested for SP2, and we weren't able to complete the discussions in time for today. and a number of people have raised points which are very similar. And I did say in my contribution earlier that I hoped that we would be able to have a further discussion with other participants who have expressed the desire today to be involved in that kind of discussion. So can you advise me on how that fits with your process?
Okay, I mean, for the purpose of our examination, I mean, this is the session on SP2, for example, and it's the only programmed session that we have, and it should be the arena to kind of air all potential kind of main modifications, even if it's not going to sort of nail down the precise wording. At least the kind of the issues and the themes are identified. It sounds to us as the inspectors that clearly following this discussion, we're going to have a think about some of the wording in relation to certainly the business side of policy, or how policy SP2 supports the kind of the business community. But if there are further changes that the council, in discussion with other parties as part of its ongoing dialogue around potential statements of common ground, identifies, then those can be submitted to us as whilst we're in kind of hearing session mode, and shortly thereafter we will consider those and consider whether we need to understand why they are needed to make the plan sound.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's fine.
Okay. So if I can just return finally to the council in terms of some of the points that have been raised in that last round of discussion, and I don't know if it follows from what I've just heard from Eileen Conn. It's just whether the phrase or the phraseology around heritage-led regeneration is sufficient, or whether some further detail needs to be added to that 9th criterion in terms of the heritage assets.
We're saying that we require the highest possible standards of design, creating vibrant, attractive, healthy, safe and distinctive buildings and places that instill pride of place in all of our communities. I can have a look at it, but I think that's clear. The issue around heritage-led regeneration, we could look at that wording again. It's trying to be short can sometimes lead to not people being unclear on what it means. So I can have a look at that and unpacking that in the same way as we're going to unpack the good growth, to be clearer about what that means.
Okay, I mean, good growth is in the, I think is in the plans glossary.
Yeah.
As you say, I think it's a term that's come from, is it the London?
Yes.
London plan.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, but I think that I still think it might be helpful to put it in the strategic policy so that it's clearer. So I could look at that again for heritage-led regeneration as well.
Okay. I just think it's there seems to be this kind of particular issue around the loss of locally distinctive or important buildings. I think has been referred to. There's obviously policy P25 on local list that directs us back to the heritage SPD. Can you remind me, Ms. Seymour, is there an established local list in Southwark, or is it something that the council's applying itself to?
So the heritage SPD is out for consultation at the moment. That sets out the process guidance to deliver the policy. We have a local list which we've had for a while, which comprises the buildings that have that protection in AAPs and the Elephant and Castle SPD. What we haven't done yet, which is what we're going to do once we've adopted the heritage SPD in the summer, is to open up a wider opportunity for the proposals for locally listed buildings. The SPD sets out a criteria that as a draft criteria that we will use in order to agree which buildings should be locally listed. So that's what we're consulting on at the moment. And then once the criteria is agreed, we will use that to choose the buildings. But there are a number of buildings, particularly in the Old Kent Road, where we have locally listed. And I would just like to come back on to provide some further information on a few of the points that were raised around Old Kent Road. We've commissioned and completed a review of industrial heritage assets, and that's available. We've removed demolition rights from the stables using Article 4 direction. We've extended Glengall Road Conservation Area to protect the bottling factory. We're now designating a number of conservation areas that in the Old Kent Road. And we're also saving 2 of our unlisted buildings that are not in conservation areas at Frensham Street. And so that information can be provided if necessary. And could I just provide one more comment, please, about the P18 that was raised? I don't know, I just wanted to draw this to the attention of the inspector because we were proposing it as a minor amendment. So the policy said development relating to listed buildings and structures will only be permitted if it conserves and enhances the special significance of listed buildings and structures and their settings by conserving and enhancing. So what we've removed is if it avoids unjustifiable harm, and what we've put in is conserves and enhances. And the reason we had to do that was due to objections that we weren't consistent with the NPPF.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to provide that as a point of clarification.
Helpful. That similar thought had gone through my mind as to why that had been amended in that way. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I wasn't going to sort of. I think you may have addressed Mr. Leach's points there. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions in relation to policy SP2. That's all been very helpful to us as the inspectors. There's plenty there for us to go away and think about further. I think as we've identified through the discussion, I think we do want to look again at various parts of the wording of SP2, and it sounds like the council similarly will assist us in terms of certainly criterion 8 in terms of the clarification around good growth, and obviously if there are main modifications to the policies, they will be consulted on in due course, so people will have an opportunity to comment further. I'm now going to move on from regeneration, so I'll take no offence if people who only joined for policy SP2 decide to leave and end their call now, but I'm going to go back to the start of the agenda. We're going to pick up policies SP1A and SP1B. These are new policies that the council, following our initial observations, introduced following our introduced as part of the early autumn consultation. And we're going to start first, if I may, with the council in terms of item 1 on our agenda in terms of the vision for the borough. I think this reflects a point that was raised earlier, whether the plan has a vision. And our matter and issue question 2.1, the council now proposes to provide a spatial vision. Question for the council is, does it provide an appropriate vision looking ahead 15 years? And are there any soundness issues if the vision is extended to 2036?
So I wanted to raise that following the conversation yesterday. I thought that the issue was looking at whether we should start the timings from 2019 or 2021 once the plan is adopted. And on reflection, I think it would be most helpful to start the timings at 2019, because that would then, as the inspector said, correlate with the London plan, and that would assist us in our monitoring moving forward. And then in order to ensure that we have at least a 15-year plan, I thought we should look at the date to 2036. So I would propose that the timescale of the plan is 2019 until 2036. We will be doing annual updates anyway for the various monitoring, so it will be really clear on when each year's worth of housing, employment, etc. is delivered. So that's what I would like to propose.
So just coming back in terms of the vision itself that's proposed, I think it's.
Sorry, yeah, I'll talk about that now. Sorry, I was just trying to deal with the time first. Okay.
Thank you.
So the strategic vision for the plan sets Southwark within the national and London context. It shows how the local strategy for Southwark will enhance and regenerate the distinct places within Southwark and how they will link with central London and the wider areas. So in London, it's a bit different because we have the London plan. We don't have the options of deciding our own regeneration areas other than local regeneration areas. So the strategy is set by the London plan. So you have the central activity zone within London, and Southwark has part of, and we have part of that in Southwark, and that basically runs around the congestion charging zone area. So that's our northwest part of the borough. And then you have the opportunity areas, which are set out in the London plan, and they're listed, and there's broad areas and there's targets, which are not maximum targets, they're indicative targets. And we then have to put the line on the map as to where those opportunity areas should be. So that's what we do on the proposals map. And then we have those areas, we don't have any areas of intensification. Then we have what we call action areas, which the London plan calls areas for regeneration. And we have local, we also have Peckham, which is in the London plan, and Campwell, which are local regeneration areas. And then and Walworth, which is I'm not sure, just for clarity for the inspector, sometimes the Aylesbury is called Walworth and sometimes it's called Aylesbury, but if I'm talking to it, it means the same thing. For the purposes just of this conversation, I'm sure that everyone will be saying that's not the same thing, but just for the purposes of describing the site and the core action area in the action area, it's in the Walworth ward. So we then have the Aylesbury, and so that the Aylesbury and Peckham and Campwell are different to the opportunity areas. The opportunity areas have quite challenging development targets that we need to look at for jobs and homes. The others, some of them are just housing, some of them are more mixed use regeneration areas. And then we move, and our regeneration areas are not exactly the same as the areas in the London plan. And the reason for that is the areas in the London plan are based on the indices of deprivation. That's one of the factors that we took into account when we considered our regeneration areas, but then we also took into account the potential for growth. And so that's the reason why there's differences in the boundaries. And then moving on to the town centres, the London plan sets out the town centres in line with the town centre hierarchy. And we also have some local town centres that we've designated, and they're all the smaller ones in the hierarchy. So this is all set out in our plan at the start. You'll see a series of maps which set the, so we have our Southwark today, which describes our background, and then we have a clear strategy, which is set out on page 14, which talks about our 6 different types of policies to make it clear on what they are and how we will use the plan. And then we have our strategic targets, which set out our overall targets to deliver our strategy. And then we have a number of diagrams. We have our key diagram, which sets out what I've just described to you, that also contains our main transport interchanges and transport train lines and tube lines, etc. And then we go on to heritage and set out our different heritage zones, open space. And then we have transport also has its own map as well as on the key diagram. And our town centres and industrial locations, which I was just outlining. And then our policy areas. And I do have a minor modification which I would like to make, which these policy areas would be helpful if they're shown on the proposals map, and if they are also the boundaries for our vision areas, because there seems to be an omission where I understood that these were also with the heading and vision areas, and so that I think would provide further clarity, so that when the visions are read, it's pardon me, sorry, it's clear that those are also the areas for the visions. There are a few tweaks to the boundaries that we've made in response to consultation. So I can provide that for you today as part of the table. We did put this online this morning, but it didn't work because the website crashed. So I did try to do that, so I apologise for that. And so that would be a modification. It's for the inspector to decide if you think it's a minor or a main modification. And then tall buildings and views, so that's also part of our strategy. So we set out in spatial form at the start of the plan all of our strategies for all of our different uses, and then those go alongside our strategic policies which set out our strategy. Now, our strategic policies are based on our Fairer Future promises. So the council has Fairer Future promises, and we've translated those into our strategic policies. So they're a spatial representation of our council regeneration strategy to create opportunities and improve neighbourhoods. And so then we move on to the actual strategic vision. So yes, that is short, but it sets out that we have a polycentric approach. We are a network of successful, unique, historic, distinctive places. Southwark is a borough, but it's a borough in London. So it's based on old villages that used to exist a long time ago and have built up and have all joined together. It's not a place such as a new town or something where you just have one strategy. So the reason why the detail for our visions is in the areas rather than one vision for the whole borough is because we have a considerable number of visions on which cover all of the borough, and they are based on the original town centres and then other regeneration such as that have built up on specific roads normally. And so then I'll just move on to the action, and then we have, I won't talk in detail about the area visions unless there's any that you would like me to respond on.
So yeah, thank you for that. I think as part of this session, we'll come on to it shortly if time allows. I think we were looking at a more sort of high level points around the area of visions, because obviously as part of Matter 10 in the Part 2 hearings, I think we can get into some more of the detail about particular places within the borough. I think in terms of just very briefly, Ms. Seymour, responding to your point about the potential amendments to the policy areas map to describe it as policy areas and visions, and then any further changes. I think as long as at this stage any sort of potential changes are kind of fed through and kept as part of schedules and lists of possible main changes, possible main modifications, possible policy map changes, rather than amending anything now on the website in terms of, so if we kind of bank EIP 27 and kind of keep that and no more changes to it until we get to kind of to main mods. I don't know if I've misinterpreted what you were saying in terms of updates.
Yeah, no, we've put it as part of the schedule of changes to the proposals map.
Okay, thank you. And just finally on the last point on the strategic vision, the point about issue, are there any kind of issues of, because at the moment it talks to 2033, presumably it'd be possible to do a minor or an amendment to that to just change the date to 2036?
Yes. And also I think it says from 2020, so we need to make it go back to 2019 as well. So well, it's different in different places, so we just need to make it consistent.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Connor, please.
Hello, sorry, my camera's on my end. Totally understand we can't be updating maps all the time. I just wondered in advance of the other sessions, like on the economy, on heritage, it would be really useful to see an overlay of the tall buildings policy against the local economy, as you define it in terms of strategic and local, and heritage, because at the moment, there's no way that anyone can look at how those things overlap in one place. It would also be interesting to see that with opportunity areas as well, but I don't want to make a big list. But,
no, we have, sorry, but that is all on the proposals map on the website under Southwark Maps.
Yeah, I mean, I can access that. I just don't think it's particularly accessible, especially as we're in this digital realm. I don't think it's very hard just to overlay those three things on one map, but maybe I'm asking a bit much. The tall buildings policy can't be read against anything because it sits by itself, is what I'm saying. So it'd be interesting to read it against the local economy as you've mapped it, high streets and heritage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll bring in my colleague, Mr. Milam, next.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. What I was wondering is, I think we sort of, what's happening in this session is perhaps what happened in the SP2 discussion is that perhaps we're sort of wandering across some of the matters that I was going to pick up. So I wondered if it would be productive if I perhaps ask a couple of my supplementary questions that I was going to ask under sub-bullet point 1 now, ask those to the council and then give everyone an opportunity to then come in on the wider vision for the borough overall. Hopefully that will keep us on track to an extent anyway.
Okay. Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank Ms. Seymour for a detailed explanation in relation to the sort of how the vision relates to particularly the London plan and the area action plans, the opportunity areas, etc. What I just sort of wanted to ask really was how the vision relates to sort of matters such as the specialist clusters and some of these other points that sit within, in particular, the CAS designation in the London plan.
Yes, in the London plan, you mean with the retail clusters and the office clusters, for example. So the way that we deal with that is to, in our visions for our different areas, because the way that it works in Southwark is we have a number of overlapping, overlaid strategic designations. So we have the central activity zone that go, but then within that we have the Elephant and Castle opportunity area and the Bankside, Borough and London Bridge opportunity area. And residents don't see those as the same place. They see Bankside, Borough and London Bridge as quite distinct. So trying to set out the visions for those areas in the way that local people see them. And then there's also the fact that the Thames Special Policy Area runs along the river. So you have a whole series of overlapping designations. And then when you look at the policy in the London plan that talks about the various clusters, what we did was rather than repeat the language which is in the London plan. We just translated that into our visions. So you'll see protected shopping areas, town centres, office areas within the central activity zone, which we have described in the same way as we describe them throughout the borough, rather than relating them to the specialist requirements in the London plan. But we feel that what we've provided meets both. It's just we've tried to use simpler language. And also, I just don't think it's that helpful to people when you've got 4 different things describing the same thing in one place. So we've tried to just describe everything in plain English once.
That's helpful, thank you. Yeah, I think that's probably picks up a number of the points that I was going to ask, and that is most helpful, because I think where I sort of wanted to go was sort of what opportunities have you taken to add sort of local detail to the policies in the London plan, particularly in relation to the CAS, but the question applies equally across some of the other designations, and how your own local flavour then provides a framework for not only the NSP but the other DPDs that you're preparing, or you either extant or in the process of preparing.
Yes, well, that's what we've done, and we've used that approach. So in the same way that I was talking earlier about the local regeneration areas, we've applied the London plan to our borough, and we've discussed that with the JLA, and they were very happy with that because they saw that they set the context, but it was for us to try locally to make that as clear as possible, and also based on consultation.
Thank you. I think that was probably all the questions I had in that regard. I think we've covered quite a lot of ground actually in that discussion. So, Mr. Spencer, did you want to invite the participants to make their points now? Would you like me to do that?
Yeah, I'll pick that up. So I think we'll start with Mr. Mihailovic again, please. You might be on mute, I don't know.
Hello. Yes, sorry. Thanks. So I was struggling to get off mute. So is this the moment to discuss in detail a proposal for the creation of a new local centre, or would that fall under a different question?
I think that's under a further item on the agenda.
Okay, and then I would just make a brief point about, because just to pick up on the methodology by which Southwark and other councillors, I suppose, deviate from the London plan or expand upon it in terms of whether it's based on the indices of deprivation or regeneration purpose. To me, that process is opaque, because I have for a long time attempted to have to establish a dialogue about the process by which a new local centre would be created, and I believe that there isn't an example of a request for a centre or a change in tier being made from outside the planning corpus, as it were, from outside the council. And so I suspect that a process may not exist to do that. And so I've had copious correspondence over the years, and including most recently 2017, without and essentially a no coming back that it can't be, but without an explanation of why, and no and without it contesting that it does qualify under the MPPF. But that's all I have to say on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can invite, is it Mia Scaggianti?
Hi there. Yes, Mia Scaggianti from Savills Planning. I just wondered whether this was the point to discuss I guess, area visions and particularly the Elephant and Castle, but it's not to discuss that in detail. I appreciate that's in Matter 10 in a few weeks, but my comments do tie into more the SP1B and the strategic targets, and just some general comments. So I wonder whether this was the right point to just relay just some key points.
Something we're probably going to come on to in due course. I am mindful of time, and it may be we can take that out of sequence now and hear from you now if there's a point you want to get across, or you're more than welcome to wait to further down the agenda.
Sure. I think it's just generally in terms of the council's comments about the opportunity area being challenging targets. And I think it's just emphasising the visions for the areas on the need to really be flexible in order to deliver those what the council's targets in that respect. I can basically I represent the Salvation Army Trustee Company, which I'll shorten to the Salvation Army in my comments, and they own and occupy a site in Elephant Castle 101 Newington Causeway, which is identified as a site allocation NSP 44, which, as we know, we'll comment on that in Matter2 in a few weeks. But basically, it's 101 Newington Causeway has been used as the Salvation Army's headquarters for more than 20 years. But that building's a lot older. It's inefficient. It's come to the end of its useful life and no longer fit for purpose. So the Salvation Army want to remain in Southwark. They have plans to relocate to an unused part of the William Booth College in Denmark Hill, which they've got permission for. So the future redevelopment of their site in Elephant Castle will enable the development of their Denmark Hill site, which will deliver flexible, agile working space, retaining 450 jobs already in Southwark, and then ultimately enabling the Salvation Army to continue its charitable activities and their good work to the community. So in light of this, it's a significant opportunity to do this. It also provides significant opportunities to deliver a range of the development options, so it can deliver on what the council want to see in the borough: new jobs, new homes, which contribute to their targets. And I guess the point I want to make is that as currently drafted, it's quite important for conformity with the publication on the plan, which will be formally published next week, to actually reflect the status of this particular area as, not just a major town centre, but specifically stated that it is in with the Central Activity Zone for CAS and in an opportunity area as designated by the Mayor of London. And I think that needs to be specifically quite explicit in the text. And also in terms of promoting a range of mixed uses in town centres. But the other point I wanted to make was that it needs to be made explicit on flexibility to ensure that those, a range of targets can be provided. Flexibility on the land uses will encourage and provide incentive for landowners and developers, so that there are a range of viable and deliverable opportunities and solutions. And it's also just to wrap up, is the fundamental point about flexibility is that to ensure that the local plan can adapt to rapid change, especially in light of the ongoing period of the current situation in terms of COVID and Brexit and any other challenges in the future. So I think it's just reiterating that, in summary, is being specific that these areas and policy areas are actually part of, and specifically stating within an opportunity area and within CAS, and about flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so that I'm clear on the position from Savills in terms of that flexibility, you're saying it should be in the area of vision, or more upfront in terms of the content of policy at the moment, SP1B maybe, in terms of?
I think specifically in AV09 in terms of the Elephant and Castle vision.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to the council in due course, but can I hear from Mr. Wilson next, please?
Thank you. Yeah, it's just on specifically the vision. I do, I don't want to reiterate what I said earlier on, but I do understand that, and I do applaud and think it's important, this focus on the distinctive town centres or the old centres and the distinctive places within the borough. I guess the key thing I was trying to raise earlier was we do need some glue that sticks those places together at the borough level to make this a Southwark plan rather than just a collection of area plans. And it was just looking for clarity really on some of these overarching principles for the development of those areas that make them distinctively Southwark and not just individual neighbourhoods that happen to be in the borough. So there's a question for me about whether actually this strategic vision gives us enough clarity at the present state. And it's that glue that sticks things together. It's almost a borough version of what I was mentioning with social infrastructure. The glue that sticks the distinctive neighbourhoods together is the social infrastructure that I think does need to be in SP2 explicitly. This is a question about the glue that holds together the wider neighbourhood development and whether that is appropriately set out in the strategic vision.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Are there any further points people wish to make in relation to the vision? In which case, if I come back briefly to the council in terms of some of the points that were raised there, sort of delving into before I do, I think you did have a hand up earlier, is it Iaibo Johnson?
Thanks, Inspector. Just to clarify, I'm here on behalf of Rockwell Property. I work for Savills, and Rockwell are in contract to purchase a site in Elephant and Castle from the Salvation Army. It's a site that was mentioned before on 101 Newington Causeway. And we would just reiterate the need for flexibility, especially around the prescription of employment generating town centre uses. And we would echo the point made about sort of recent events and their impact on the market, and sort of those events resulting in there being a lot more uncertainty now and sort of heightened risk around investment decisions. So in view of that, we would reiterate that the importance of a flexible approach to land uses, and just say that approach will result in a plan that's able to adapt to rapid change as the MPPF requires, and ultimately ensure that the plan is able to be delivered in the next 15 years. Thanks.
Thank you. In terms of the points that have been raised, I'll give Ms. Seymour an opportunity in terms of, I think some of the points can be summarised in terms of the flexibility of the plan, stemming from its vision, and the point that was raised previously around the kind of the scope for a kind of distinctive vision and strategy for the places of Southwark.
Okay, so I'll deal with the Elephant and Castle point first. I think the vision is very flexible. It says the growth opportunities in Elephant and Castle. Elephant and Castle has the potential to provide significant amounts of new offices, shops, leisure and cultural uses, university facilities, parks, homes and a community health hub. So I think that is very flexible. And working down through the bullets, I won't go through all of them, but they allow flexibility whilst providing a vision of how we would like the area to develop. So to support the area's function as a major town centre for all Southwark's residents and a central London location that attracts global business, research, teaching, shopping, flexible business space and cultural activities. And then talks about homes, opportunities for existing small businesses, particularly those from minority ethnic groups to relocate and continue trading. This is where we do talk about these issues. So I think that we deliver. I don't think there's anything to be added there. On the point about the strategic vision, which I think goes back to the evidence that I provided earlier. We have a whole series of maps at the front of the plan, which sets out our strategic vision spatially and shows all of the different designations which are put together onto the key diagram, which shows how spatially our vision is being planned through the designations. And then we have our strategic targets, which clearly set out what we are expecting our vision to deliver. So, we talk about the policies, the types of policies. So the area visions, they provide the strategic vision for the future of Southwark's distinct places and neighbourhoods, setting out infrastructure improvements, opportunities for improved public spaces, transport improvements and growth opportunities for new jobs and homes. Area visions also identify the character of different places to be renewed, retained or enhanced. Development proposals should be prepared in the context of the relevant area vision and should demonstrate how they contribute towards the strategic vision for that area. Our area visions cover quite large areas and very distinct areas. And we have in the strategic policy, I'm just getting to the right page, in the strategic vision about how we want Southwark to continue to be a network of successful, unique, historic, distinct places. And that's our approach. And then we say that we want affordable housing, business space, shops, cultural activities, open spaces and clean air that are in places that are linked to central London and also to the rest of London by an accessible and affordable transport network. Looking forward to that will be 2036. Southwark contains central London destinations such as London Bridge, Bankside, Canada Water, Elephant and Castle and Old Kent Road. These historic and unique destinations are residential areas woven in with attractions for millions of visitors, national and international headquarters, office space for small businesses, shops, homes, schools, community and leisure activities. These opportunity and action areas are linked to central London and with the things I was just talking about before. And then also we talk about the climate emergency. And this is our strategy. This is our vision of what we are trying to achieve. So central London, lots of development, opportunity areas. And then you come out of that to a series of other regeneration areas, which have different focuses. And then as you go south in the borough, you have much less opportunity for development, and there's more open spaces, and there's conservation areas throughout the whole borough and archaeological areas that require protecting. But in the south, you do have more residential communities, which have the more local town centres. But all of these vision areas are really historic areas with really distinct histories, and the overall vision for the whole borough is to deliver the targets, and that's how we are trying to measure ourselves to demonstrate whether we've been successful or not with our approach. And you know, the targets for the housing, for employment, we have the policy, so SP1A and SP1B, but we also have our more understandable targets that we try to use when we talk to people, which cover everything. They cover the wide range of things. So I think that, our strategic targets, so providing quality social rented and intermediate homes with the targets under that, developing business, working towards cleaner energy and protecting the environment, improving transport, protecting conservation areas, area action plans and neighbourhood plans. That's our targets, which measure whether we're going to achieve the visions for the whole borough. And so we also have area targets, which are set out in SP1B. So that's our Southwark Places policy. So the overall SP1A is to improve Southwark as a whole and to measure Southwark as a whole. And there's a distinct set of targets. which are linked to the London plan but aren't the same as the London plan, because we take the London plan indicative ones and then work out more detail. And then, you know, it says here, our spatial strategy is to continue with regeneration and preservation to create destinations, town centres and residential communities that preserve and enhance the history of places, particularly historical buildings and open spaces, with desirable environments, affordable housing, business space, shops and activities, where there are jobs for residents, as well as the business headquarters, utilising technology and building transport infrastructure to improve air quality and tackle the climate emergency. And then it goes into more detail. But that is, you know, these are our visions. This is what we want to see in the whole of Southwark. So we set the context, and then for each really distinct area, we go into more detail. And we measure that in the 1B policy on Southwark's places, where we have our vision areas, and we can talk about those more in Matter 10. Sorry, so that's kind of what I was trying to explain.
Okay, that's fine. In terms of the next item on the agenda, we're coming on to spatial strategy. We've probably covered some aspects of this in discussion. I just want to check with everybody. It is coming up to 10 to 5. Probably more for the turn to the council first in terms of time constraints, limitations, in terms of how long we can go on for.
It's fine. My husband has my children. If you hear them shouting, but I'll just ignore them. It's fine.
Okay, I mean, we'll try and finish within a reasonable time period, and we'll bring people in as appropriate. But in terms of just spatial strategy, if we can carry on with the discussion, I think, Ms. Seymour, you've covered quite a bit of what we were intending to discuss in your answer a moment ago. Clearly, as you say, the London plan is setting out the opportunity areas. You're not starting necessarily with a blank piece of paper. But in terms of the spatial strategy of the plan, I'm probably looking at policy SP1B in general terms. Does the kind of the strategy follow those, or focus the majority of Southwark's growth into those opportunity areas? And in respect of particularly Old Kent Road, obviously the figures that are within the Southwark plan are appreciably higher, if I can put it in those terms, than what's in the London plan. And obviously, I think from the strategic targets paper, maybe evolving again in light of further evidence and work, in terms of the robustness of those kind of figures, particularly for the Old Kent Road location.
Yes, and it might be worth mentioning, just to repeat yesterday, that I said the Walworth figure needs to be made higher now, because we've introduced in the modifications a proposal for site allocation to show where the core area of the Aylesbury area action plan is, and then that brings that information forward from the AAP. So that will go up by a few thousand as well. Okay, I think obviously you're right, that was something that came up in yesterday's discussion. I think on further sort of reflection of that, I mean, I think it would be helpful to us as inspectors if perhaps the council could also prepare us a brief note that kind of explained the rationale for that approach for Aylesbury, and it may also apply to the other area action plans as discussed yesterday, in terms of what you're proposing now, why that's necessary for plan soundness. Yeah, I can add that to the note. So I have set out a note saying what we are proposing, but I can add in a paragraph to say why it's necessary for soundness.
Yeah, I think from our perspective, I mean, significant changes at this stage of plan making, can create kind of issues. They can be consulted on, but it could present the risk of having further hearings if people feel that they've been disenfranchised. But we'll obviously have to look at what's presented. Obviously, the plan as submitted showed the area action plan sites for Aylesbury and elsewhere. And looking at the housing land supply trajectory, I mean, clearly a number of sites are already coming through the system.
Yes, the Aylesbury site itself is on the policy areas map. So it's on page 21 of the plan in the policy areas map. The the area, it's shown there because it was one of our large strategic sites. So this was why I was suggesting that the policy areas map also has the heading vision areas map, because it shows all the vision areas and all of the sites for development, and it's really helpful because it shows for this table 1B where the sites are that make up the targets in this SP1B. And so the Aylesbury is already on the policy areas map in the plan, and the target of 4,200 is already in the plan, in the vision. So the only amendment is to show that boundary on the proposals map. So that's the modification that we are suggesting. So we're not bringing in a new proposal site at this stage. It's just to be clear with people that what they can see on the map in the plan, and the number is in the vision in the plan, but at the moment that site area is on the proposals map, it's in the AAP. So it's just being clear that we're also, and it's also in the area vision map on the Aylesbury, in the actual area vision in the plan, it is on that map. Just trying to find a page number for you. Yeah, so on page 42, you'll see that there's the 4 phases of the Aylesbury, and the actual boundary is on the vision map. So all we're doing is showing that site will continue in the NSP as well as the AAP, so that if at some point the AAP is rescinded, that the site boundary is still on the proposals map, because it's on the proposals map now, and so it's part of the examination. But it's just one of those situations where there's a timing issue that we're concerned at some point we might not have been really clear that site allocation is considered to be part of the plan. So that's what we're trying to do. So I can put that in the note to explain the rationale.
Before Carol, I'll just bring in my colleague, Mr. Milam.
Yes, it was just I just wanted to sort of address a point you made. You were talking about that the site was already on the policies map and in another development plan document elsewhere. But obviously, for the purpose of this examination, as we talked about yesterday, we aren't examining the policies map. What we're examining is the plan, which may indeed have consequential changes for the policies map, but we aren't examining the policies map. And there's a slight distinction in that language there. And I think we just need to be clear about it's not simply a case of we can simply translate things onto one part of the policies map for another without accompanying policy content in the new Southwark plan. So what you're proposing may have further consequential amendments to the area visions, because without the policy text, the policies map is simply an expression of what is written in the plan.
Okay. So in the vision, we say at the moment that there's, we do talk about, I'm sure we've got the target in there. Yeah, here we are. So we say that 4,200 new homes with 50% social rented and intermediate. And then, and so that is in the vision at the moment. But my concern is that this area is shown in the plan and on the development plan, but that if at some point the AAP was rescinded, that site would not still be on the proposals map. So if I just go, should I just try and write that out clearly to explain?
Yes, but I think you need to go further than that, because if there is policy content in the AAP that designates that site that's currently extant, I think you need to direct us to what that text is and explain why that text, why the NSP is unsound without that text.
Okay.
Because
so I've put that text together.
Yeah, without that text designating the site, there is nothing within the NSP that would then provide a the requirement to spatially represent it on the policies map?
I've written the text, but I haven't written to explain why it is unsound. So I can, why without it, the plan would not be sound. So I can prepare that for you as well.
Hopefully that explanation was clear enough. I'll let Mr. Spencer add anything in addition to what I've said.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I think that's clear. I think if the council can say prepare that note, and then we'll have a look at it, and we may provide sort of further advice on this. Yeah.
So that was the issue around the Aylesbury site, but you'd asked me a question about something else, so which has now completely gone out of my head.
That's fine. It was about the consistency of the spatial strategy with the opportunity areas in the London
yes.
and specifically, obviously, the Old Kent Road area as an appreciably higher figure than as you say, the indicative figures in the London plan.
Yes, so that's because we've done further work since the London plan draft was prepared, and we've done, so we prepared initial, so we've worked with the GLA to look at the figures that should be here and the capacities that should be in their plans, and we've prepared a number of master plans that have changed, and we are, I don't know if you know, we're preparing a an opportunity area framework for Old Kent Road, and that's currently out of consultation in draft. It's the third stage of consultation on a draft document, and then once we have the inspector's report on the new Southwark plan, we will make the relevant changes and prepare the version for submission. And so as part of that process, we've carried out further and further studies in order to inform the figures. And also there have been a number of very large planning applications that have come forward that now have permission. So when we did the original submission in 2019, well, in 2017 we had one figure, and then that was increased in 2019. And then when we went back and redid the IIA in the summer of 2020, we revised the figure upwards again. So I think the reason for the difference in figures is just the recognition in our plan of the sites that have come forward for development. And I think the London plan just needs to catch up to show those. We have a joint statement of common ground on these housing figures with the GLA, and they set out the figures for the sites and how they might come forward with the phasing. So I don't know if you want to discuss that now, or if you'd like to discuss that as part of a future session.
It may be part of a future future session that we would pick. Well, it's down as a further item on this agenda. Whether we've got time today or whether we try and think about somewhere else, we can pick that up. We'll see. I'm not sure I want to sort of deal with it right now. I understand it is an issue, but in terms of the agenda that we're looking at, are there any further comments that anybody else around the virtual table wishes to raise in relation to the spatial strategy? Mr. Brearley first, please.
Yes, please. I'm still on your 2.1 focus of development on the 4 opportunity areas. So I'd say a little on that. The overall scenario for development in the borough is skewed in an extreme way towards the opportunity areas, and most remarkable, the focus of 57% of the housing growth into the Old Kent Road area. Concentration that it seems is much less realistic now that there is no certainty that the Bakerloo line extension will progress during the planned period, and it is at risk of failure as a strategy if London's growth slows, as now seems likely. This strategy for change does too little in response to a dispersed geography of accessibility and intensification potential. It disregards extensive piece-by-piece intensification potential across predominantly residential areas, as well as high street settings. The AVs together are not appropriate for a now more likely future without significant investment in public transport projects, and they did not notice the needs of expanding urban industrial activity dominated by repair, just-in-time production, servicing, depots, last leg logistics, and burgeoning demand for civic and community infrastructure beyond the basics of education and healthcare. The justifications for the overall approach taken seem weak and inadequately evidenced, and there has been a failure to properly consider alternatives. I believe that on the matter of industrial accommodation that I'm quite focused on, the AV policies considered together with the site allocations and the lack of development targets most dramatically fail to achieve general conformity with the London plan. And I think the biggest cause is that extreme concentration of residential growth ambitions in the Old Kent Road area. The unexplained decision, we just had a partial explanation, wasn't very happy with it, to escalate from the GLA's bold 12,000 unit target to what I think is a borderline crazy 20,000 figure. A speedy thought on solving the problem, drop back to 12,000 in the Old Kent Road area, carefully rework all the AVs and site allocations, sort out target figures, make some well-chosen policy adjustments, and maybe soundness is possible. Big task, but the planners submitted with a development geography as in the AVs would set the borough on course to be short of industrial capacity by some 80 hectares, roughly the size of Burgess Park, leaving only half the capacity that the GLA has advised is the reasonable minimum to meet need. I do have more to say on the Old Kent Road focus. Should I come back to that or go on to that?
Obviously, we're going to be talking about Old Kent Road specifically as part of Matter 10 in due course, and probably will come up in...
It's about the phase 1, phase 2, that story.
Okay, I think that's something as indicated to the council I wanted to come back to in due course, so maybe we can pick that up later, Mr. Brearley.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Corinne Turner, next, please.
Thank you, Inspector. I would just like to quickly say that I support Mark Brearley's statement and would like to echo and add that I do not think the plan is sound because it is not effective in protecting existing local communities, people and businesses from the implementation of the council's aspirations and visions and the excessive impacts of the implementation and application of them and its associated planning applications that have come forward since the beginning of the council's aspirations to develop the area some number of decades ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Connor next, please.
Yeah, just to add, like I'm sure there are lots of people here, lots of people who are not on this call who would really love to take part in that reassessment of all the sites and to really, the council could engage with so many forms of community networks to do that detailed audit, including social infrastructure. There's lots of people who'd love to do that. I just wanted to make the point that in the London Bridge area, it's an opportunity area, and there isn't a planning framework, and it's not monitored. And if you go the GLA's opportunity areas on the websites, they normally have frameworks and they're normally monitored. So it may be for another session, but if the council wanted to say anything about how it's dealing with that opportunity area without a framework, be interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Yeah, can I just pick up that point with the council? I'll come back to Mr. Mihailovic. In terms of these, I think the planning frameworks or the opportunity planning frameworks, something that's referred to in the London plan for the opportunity areas.
This is an opportunity area framework. So that's what we're preparing jointly with the Mayor. So the document is called the Old Kent Road Opportunity Area Framework and Area Action Plan. So that's what this document is.
So just to be clear on the Old Kent Road, the area, what I'm thinking of in terms of the Area Action Plan.
That's the Opportunity Area Framework, yeah.
So there's not a separate document. Yeah. So to pick up Mr. O'Connor's point in terms of other opportunity areas, are there similarly opportunity planning frameworks being prepared for those 3 other opportunity areas?
We have a area action plan for Canada Water. The way that it's worked over time is the first opportunity areas were Elephant and Castle and Bankside Borough and London Bridge. And then we prepared an SPD for the Elephant and Castle about 10 years ago now. And then for Bankside Borough and London Bridge, we do not have an opportunity area framework. We did draft a document again about 10 years ago, but that's not being taken forward at the moment. We're using the guidance in the development plan, and we consider that to be sufficient. And then after that, Canada Water, which was an area of intensification, was upgraded in the London plan to become an opportunity area. We had prepared an area action plan for that area, and then there was an amendment a year later, and then that was adopted. And now we have Old Kent Road, and that was then proposed as an opportunity area, and we are preparing the opportunity area framework for that area. So that's the history of how we've got to where we are and the documents that we're preparing. And I wasn't sure whether I was clear earlier about the increase in the London plan from 2,500 homes in 2016 to 13,500 in the current plan. So I just wanted to clarify that point, that they have increased their capacity significantly.
Thank you for that. Mr. Mihailovic, next, please.
Thank you, Inspector. So it feels like the right moment to put the pitch for the creation of a new local centre rather than Matter 10 in terms of site allocations. So I'd just like to go through some points on it, which is that it is a cluster of different amenities, quite a high concentration of them in terms of 3 shopping parades, 7 schools, 5 churches, and artist studios, including the world famous Anish Kapoor, who has an entire street dedicated to it. So it lies outside the Camberwell area plan, significantly outside, and there's a history of it suffering from having a lack of a formal designation, and also a history of attempts by myself to get it designated, but without an explanation of why it can be. So my first point would be why hasn't it been designated? And then I would raise the inference that it's because it's on a border area, it's on the edge of the borough, it's on the border between Southwark TFL and Lambeth TFL, as well as on a diocesan border. So areas which are on borders are traditionally reluctant to be invested in by sometimes local authority stakeholders. So that should be considered as a factor why it hasn't happened. Then does it qualify? And it has all of that richness of the cluster of amenities, which I would argue outcompete some of the local centres already designated in the borough. So including a post office as well. And then the next step would be just to address another issue why it might not have been designated as a misinterpretation of the sequential test. And I made several points in my submission, but paragraph 85 of the National Planning Policy Framework speaks about the sequential test with regard to it being an idea that the development should be discouraged of new retail areas. So what I believe has happened is that has been misinterpreted in this plan and in previous plans to mean that we should discourage existing uses outside town centres, but also within urban areas. So I think that to highlight that, because it's often mentioned, I think that's a fundamental misinterpretation of what it means, because it would mean the eradication of low rent points of entry for businesses at a time when we should be rebuilding the economy, and that is encouraged to do that by National Planning Policy Framework. In terms of broader spatial strategy, I would say that NPPF does encourage cooperation with neighbouring local authorities, and that hasn't happened in this case. And there's been no dialogue with Lambeth on spatial strategy. So what you see is in the area of Myatts Fields towards Loughborough Junction, quite a vacuum of amenity areas. You've seen the disappearance of shopping parades on Denmark Road, for example. And the prospect of the disappearance also of shops along Camberwell New Road, which are largely substantively still there, but under threat of permitted development now, would lead to an enormous vacuum of local shopping, which would be a disincentive to walking, cycling, and the kind of jobs which are walk-in jobs that, for example, BAME and women tend to rely on disproportionately. And their alternatives would be Deliveroo and perhaps working in Amazon warehouse. So, I mean, I've got other points in my promoting sustainable transport. Yes, section 102 of NPPF as well. If you have the more liberally you designate local centres where you have the scope to do it, as you have in this case, because it falls outside the Camberwell area plan, and it has a history of this investment and not being included in local regeneration in agendas, whether community-led or council-led. So you have that situation. So yeah, what I'm looking for is simply a recognition that those amenities exist. The wording isn't important at this stage, but simply a one or two sentences that say that they exist and that they form a place, which gives the area its character. Thank you.
Just so that I'm clear, and I'm very mindful I may be treading on my colleague Mr. Milam's toes on this particular point. But as you've made the submission, Mr. Mihailovic, I mean, are you seeking a local centre designation, or?
That's correct, Inspector. I believe there are good analogies with the relationship of Nunhead to Peckham, and many people would think of Camberwell New Road as, yeah, it's kind of Camberwell, but not really, if you spoke to other people in community groups in Camberwell. So it's that kind of distant, related, but not really part of the area plan, as I think is reflected by the boundaries and the history of non-investment in this area in the middle of the road.
Okay, and just so that I get my bearings correct on this, Camberwell New Road starts from, is it Camberwell Green?
Yes, that's right, and it goes on to Oval.
Okay, and the borough boundary, that's the railway line?
I think it's Comber Grove, or it's a little bit south of Comber Grove, if I recall. But it's a kind of an artificial boundary because there's nothing there's nothing in it within its immediate kind of circumference going back, and I believe it was like an artificial designation to work with TfL on traffic calming, so not necessarily related to the weighting of amenities. And in a way, it speaks to my point that even if you disagree as a kind of, what's the word, aesthete view of what a local centre should be, sometimes you can use it as a device to achieve something. And it does qualify under the NPPF. It's a simple question of recognising that this area exists, which is a different question to some of the more nuanced requests which you will have. It's really a plea for recognition of existence.
Okay,
thank you.
I'll come back to the council on that. Before I do, Mr. O'Connor, please.
Well, thank you. Just very briefly, it may be an issue for Matter2 to dispute that claim from Juliet that the council doesn't need a framework for the London Bridge opportunity area. Our experience is that the planning department is already struggling to frame sustainable development for the area, and for that to form part of an intelligent vision for the whole borough. I won't comment on the other action plans that she mentioned. And I didn't want this to undermine or distract from Mark's points that I already supported about the scale of the skew. And I just would be interested if the council has any further reply to what he said.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, if I can return back to the council, if we take, I mean, I appreciate we're dealing with retail under Part B of Matter 5 in a week or two's time. So I don't know if the council wants to think about things for that session, but just in terms of the overall sort of hierarchy of places and centres, the points that were raised by Mr. Mihailovic about Camberwell New Road.
Yes, I have discussed these issues with Mr. Mihailovic, and we do not believe that the area that's being raised has the characteristics of a local centre, and therefore that's why we haven't proposed to create it as a new centre. And we also believe it's too far from Camberwell to extend the boundary. The local centres, and so that's where we are on that. But we could discuss it further if the inspector would like us to. I think part of it we've designated it as a secondary shopping frontage. Could I just come back on a point of fact? So for the Canada Water, I said 13,500 as the current target, but it's 12,000. So my note, I was writing a few things down. So it's 12,000. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I think in response to the point you raised, Mr. Mihailovic, I mean, obviously we will be doing site visits across Southwark. That will form one of the areas that we'll look at and we'll take a view. I mean, it sounds like there is not going to be agreement between yourself and the council, so that's something for us to take a judgment on. Mr. Mihailovic.
Hello. I just did want to clarify one point, which is that the local centre request isn't a request to extend the boundary, because that it doesn't make sense, because it's simply a separate place with its own weighting. It has that quantity of clustering, and that's why I'm interested about the process and the spreadsheet mechanics or modelling which is done in order to justify or not justify a local centre. And I also draw attention to the recent change in status of Herne Hill from local centre to district centre, which is a fundamental change. And I would argue that there is scope for a discussion about what constitutes a local centre, and again restate the idea of using it as a device in order to achieve certain aims, which include promoting sustainable travel, protecting existing heritage, including and also the Anish Kapoor street artist studios and other artist studios surrounding, and the Lambeth context. I think there's a huge amount to talk about, and there hasn't yet been a dialogue on it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I had in terms of the spatial strategy. From my colleague, Mr. Milam, roles of town centres, area actions in other locations. As I said, we've probably strayed a bit into that, unfortunately, as part of that previous discussion, but I don't know if there's anything further you wanted to pick up.
I had a couple of questions. I think we have covered a lot of ground on that, actually. I just really wanted to sort of just hear from the council quite briefly just how the strategy for the major town centres relates to the overall strategy for the borough in terms of the distribution of growth. So if you want to sort of have a think about that in the first instance, and I've got something else I want to just on a similar theme to raise in a moment.
I might bring in my colleague, Laura Hills, if she's here, to just give you some more information about that, because Laura's leading on employment and town centres. So I can add more information, but I thought Laura she's probably got more information she would like to provide for you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, in terms of town centres, so we've got the 3 major town centres at Peckham, Elephant Castle, Canada Water, which is in line with the hierarchy in the London plan. We have introduced a suggested modification to SP1A in terms of responding to the Matters question about, I think it was in Matter 5, about whether we could be clearer about the hierarchy and the growth that was coming forward in each of our town centres. So we have looked specifically at our retail targets and the expected growth that would come forward, particularly in our major town centres, is where we would anticipate the largest increase in retail development. So we've clarified that in terms of our overall target and then what will come forward in each of the areas.
Thank you. Just sort of as a follow-up to that then, but how does the overall sort of approach to new residential growth, wider employment growth, how does that relate with your kind of key shopping areas, key areas, other key areas of activity?
Yeah, it sort of ties in with jobs growth as well. So we've done the same thing with the jobs target, and that's also looking at what the indicative targets were for jobs in the London plan. And in some cases, we've considered that the growth coming forward in those areas could actually go above those job targets on the basis of the type of development that comes forward. For example, offices would be higher density job, higher density of jobs in the CAS and in key office locations. In terms of how they work together, we've obviously looked at the expected changes in floor space that will come forward in each of our vision areas, some of which have our sort of key town centres and key areas for employment growth. So that's translated in table 1B in SP1B, which looks at how much development growth will come forward. And then that is sort of how our strategic targets in terms of jobs growth, retail growth will come forward in those key vision areas, which also correspond with the major town centres opportunity areas in terms of the spatial vision.
I mean, I appreciate sort of we're working in a situation where you've got the London plan, you've got certain aspects. You aren't starting with a completely blank piece of paper, but I suppose I just wanted to understand the mechanics of how you looked at some of those areas that are defined in the London plan, and then how you then built up the overall sort of development strategy in terms of residential growth, how that then related to your sort of employment sort of spatial strategy, particularly sort of how the spatial strategy sort of looks at things like sort of complementary roles around the opportunity areas, the main town centres, in terms of things like we've heard industry and logistics mentioned, but how all of those kind of complementary pieces of the puzzle have been brought together by the council in developing its vision.
Yep, they are considered as part of each individual area vision, which also corresponds to the key spatial designations. So, for example, in some of our vision areas that are in the central activity zone, our site allocations require an uplift or reprovision of employment uses. So that's where we'd expect to see a significant increase in office development, for example, which corresponds to the London plan and the strategic targets for the strategic priorities in the CAS for office development. And then in terms of our town centre hierarchy, we have our retail targets, which we have then looked at key town centre sites in our major town centres and highlighted what the expected changes in retail floor space and the expected uplift that we would expect to see at those major town centres, followed by the district, followed by the local. So it's sort of done in terms of the hierarchy.
If I could just add that we have a defined set of opportunity areas and action plans and town centres. So as far as that's concerned, for us, really, the issue is around where the boundaries go. If you have a look at the policy areas map on page 21 of the plan, you will see that we prepared that's where you'll see the results of our thinking, because this sets out for each area within Southwark, as Miss Hill said, where that should start and finish, and each area then has a vision that, as Miss Hill said, that sets out the information. And if you also look at the map, you'll see that all of the large development areas, development sites, sorry, have informed the thinking. And so there's a number of large development sites, and you'll see many of them are in the opportunity areas. And then obviously Peckham has sites, and Camberwell as well. And so when looking at the proportions of the development and why it is where it is, it's because when the GLA, I'm not sure if you have read the London process, is that we have a strategic housing land availability assessment and a strategic market housing availability assessment. And those processes that we go through with the GLA, they're not Southwark processes, they're GLA processes. And so we follow those and we agree sites with the GLA. So the GLA sets out where the sites will be and how much housing will be on them. And then we negotiate with the GLA as to which sites we think should be in that process. And so again, it's a London-wide, so a lot of our processes are London-wide processes. We're not an individual council looking at a blank canvas where we can look at the different areas and start from scratch. And when we carry out this process with the SHLA and the SHMA every couple of years, that really does define some of the responses to the questions from the inspector, because that sets out where the large strategic sites are for development, which then influences the strategic areas to be planned. And as I say, from the map, the policy areas map and the proposals map, you'll see that where they are set out throughout the borough. And the town centre ones, where we have the mix of development, and that brings in all of the retail functions. The only one that we had a bit of a disagreement with the GLA on, and we've come to a sort of agreement, is on the Old Kent Road, where we wanted the Old Kent Road to be one town centre and the GLA wanted it to be two town centres. So you'll see that's now two major town centres, whereas we had a larger aspiration for that as one town centre. And so Southwark, we have to work within the strategic parameters that we're set. And if you look at the south of the borough, there is no option there for large scale development. There's some local centres, and Herne Hill links with Lambeth, Crystal Palace links with a number of boroughs. And so they're actually larger town centres than you would imagine from looking at our map, because not much of them is in our borough. And then you've got Camberwell as well, which joins across the borough. So we have discussed with Lambeth, all our town centres, we have regular meetings with them to discuss planning, and we do look at those cross-boundary issues.
Thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive response and very helpful. And I think that's probably answered as much as I wanted to in terms of, in particular, bullet point 2. We sort of covered where I was also going to go on item 3 in relation to the point around the additional policy and the policies map discussion we had earlier. So I'm just going to check my notes to see if I had anything supplementary on that I wanted to explore with you, and I don't think I have. So I think it would be opportune to open up if anyone else has any specific points on those matters that I've just discussed, in particular around bullets 2 and 3 under agenda item 2. Got Mr. Brearley.
Thank you. Yes, so I wasn't expecting to talk about town centres, as they charmingly get called now, but it's interesting that the conversation has come up. Seems a little early, but anyway, yes, I was looking out.
Start, Mr. Brearley. I was just going to say, perhaps if we keep it fairly high level, just in terms of the overall spatial vision, we'll probably
will do
into that in later matters. So,
well, I was looking at my watch, wondering whether I was in the 1970s, hearing how the council people were talking. I just think the gulf in understanding is rather large. There doesn't seem to be a recognition that town centre designations are being used these days, I think, as a protective mechanism also for the wider network of high street settings. And I think that's what was coming up in one particular example from Mr. Mihailovic. The GLA has pointed out what a very high proportion of London's high street settings are vulnerable because of the development pressures in London, particularly the shift to residential, because they are outside of town centre designations. And our rough assessment of Southwark shows it's no exception. About 40% of high street setting extents are not in town centres, and that means they are vulnerable to loss, particularly to residential. And I would always assume they didn't quite understand that, but now I'm hearing a sort of sense that it is part of still this 70s mission to turn everything into nodes and circular centres. But I don't think that's what Southwark or London is like. So I think there's quite a problem with if that is the approach to somehow use town centre designations as a mechanism to consolidate and allow strip out of all that scuzzy other stuff, because all that scuzzy other stuff has great potential and it contains a huge amount of civic and economic activity. So I think there's a sort of lurking problem there. And also, I don't think there's been a proper assessment of the scale of the potential loss of business and civic space from all those undesignated high street settings.
Thank you, Mr. Brearley. I'll come back to the council, and then I think unless anyone's got anything else, we'll try and move the agenda along, as I'm mindful of time, and we've still got a fair bit to get through. And Ms. Seymour.
I don't really have anything to add unless there's any specific questions you'd like me to respond to.
No, I think I've understood what's been said, and I've noted the points made. So in that regard, I'll hand over to Mr. Spencer, who may have some remaining questions just on bullet 4 of item 2.
Thank you, Mr. Milam. I do. Before I do that, and I'm obviously mindful it's gone 5:30. The remaining, after we've discussed phasing at Old Kent Road, now sort of the remaining item is development targets. I'm looking across to my colleague, Mr. Milam. I mean, this is something that we've had a conversation about previously that could overlap with other, certainly specific matters when we come on to the housing requirement tomorrow, and employment under Matter 5. Whether there's a view at this stage, given where we are, and maybe wanting to finish at a reasonable time, whether we pick that up separately. I don't know, Mr. Milam, whether there's sort of overarching points, just what you wanted to sort of cover this afternoon.
I think if there's if your questions in relation to Old Kent Road under sub-bullet 4, if we can get through those fairly quickly, perhaps we could just introduce the discussion on just hear from the council in terms of just the basis for the borough-wide development targets overall, and then perhaps dive into some of those specific targets as part of their respective matters sessions. So, for example, we're talking about Matter 3 housing tomorrow, and we've got an agenda item on there that talks about the overall housing targets. So that is a way that we can deal with it, if the council's also agreeable to that suggestion, and likewise we could deal with things like the overall retail floor space targets as part of those individual matter sessions, and so forth.
Okay. Good. That sounds like a plan. So, excuse me. In terms of item 4, then on the agenda of spatial strategy, looking at the Old Kent Road, and it's this concept of phase 1 and phase 2. And I appreciate, Ms. Seymour, this is subject of you've obviously prepared a joint statement with Transport for London, and we understand it's obviously linked to capacity, transport infrastructure capacity in advance of the Bakerloo line extension reaching a sort of a critical point at which then further development can take place. So I think our sort of overarching or sort of fundamental question is whether the overall sort of higher growth in Old Kent Road is justified, as we were talking about earlier, within this kind of phasing mechanism. And from everything we've read, you seem to be fairly close now to granting the capacity for phase 1 in any event. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'd lost the use of my mute button, sorry. And so I'll bring in Ms. Hills and Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson is head of regeneration in the Old Kent Road. So if I could just bring those, maybe if Ms. Hills could start and then Mr. Wilson could add to that, is that okay?
That's fine, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just in response to where we are with phasing, we've provided an updated phasing plan of January 2021, which is also referred to in our Matter 2 response of TfL. We've resolved to grant or granted permission for 8,057 homes on phase 1 at the moment, and there's 711 under construction, and there's live applications for another 325 homes. So that's where we are with phase 1. So we've got a little bit more to go in terms of where we get to with the cap on 9,500 homes.
Okay, and in terms of phase 2, am I right in thinking potentially permissions could be granted, but subject to a Grampian condition?
That's right. So we've agreed that approach with the GLA and TfL. And yeah, the idea is that they could have longer 6-year consents, and they would only be able to come forward on confirmation of the letting of the construction contract of the Bakerloo line extension. And we've put that wording in the vision for the Old Kent Road in the NSP in agreement with the GLA.
Okay. And in terms of the capacity that's been identified for phase 1 on the Old Kent Road, how was that determined? And is that a pretty kind of fixed figure, or is there any kind of potential flexibility at this stage, or is that unknown?
So we have responded to that with our statement with TfL as well in terms of what could be flexible. So we'd keep the phasing under continual review as to whether planning permissions were implemented, and if they were not, then we may be able to adjust some sites or move some sites from phase 2 into phase 1, but keeping in mind that development cap. And we have commissioned a new transport study just to look at the current transport restrictions, capacity in terms of buses in the Old Kent Road, and whether that could provide any more flexibility. But we anticipate that the sort of the cap, there will be a sort of a differentiation between phase 1 and phase 2, but we'll just see if there's any additional flexibility based on just updating the evidence base that TfL produced in 2016, which influenced that cap.
Okay. And in terms of that cap, in terms of allowing the phase 1 growth, that still requires, as I understand it from the reading, transport infrastructure upgrades, whether it's bus infrastructure capacity, and is it also linked to, is there any kind of linkage to frequency increases on the East London rail line?
I think that's been taken into account in TfL's calculations of capacity in the area, and we're also requiring, or TfL requiring contributions towards bus services in terms of financial contributions as well on schemes on the Old Kent Road to contribute to that.
So is that being negotiated through Section 106?
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of this, obviously there is a clear sort of phasing approach to Old Kent Road. I mean, is that suitably clear within the plan itself, both strategically in terms of policy SP1B and the area vision, that there's this clear distinction about what can happen in the short to medium term versus what's dependent in terms of the longer term?
Yes, we believe there's we've accounted for the development capacity of Old Kent Road of 20,000 homes, which is reflected in our targets and on the individual site allocations in terms of the capacity. And then obviously the trigger for the difference in phasing would be the Bakerloo line extension, and we've put that clearly in the Old Kent Road vision in terms of when additional development could come forward.
Just wonder if it should be more clearly expressed in policy SP1B as well, that there's clearly capacity in Old Kent Road up to this kind of point at which, I think, is it the signing of the contract for the Bakerloo line extension? And then that provides the surety to kind of press ahead with phase 2, whether that should be reflected or teased out in policy SP1B.
In terms of table 1B? Yeah.
So there's a sort of a clarity as to this seems to be sort of a key infrastructure interdependency.
That could be a possible minor modification that where we put the housing target, that we say how much of that is phase 1 and how much of that is phase 2. That would be helpful.
Yeah. In terms of the sites in Old Kent Road, I mean, is it, excuse my loose terminology, I mean, is it effectively a first come, first serve as to who's in phase 1? Or is there a more strategic thinking about the sites that are going to comprise phase 1 and those that are going to fall into phase 2, those that are in phase 1 and those that are going to fall into phase 2?
No, it's not first come, first served. We had a lot of conversations with the mayor and felt how we manage phasing coming forward in the Old Kent Road, and that was we were asked to focus on town centre development, key development sites that would deliver clusters, specific clusters. So it's not sort of random sites, that there's a strategic approach to sites that could come forward, especially as we have very large site allocations with numerous landowners that are coming forward to piece together particular parts of the master plan, such as the linear park, for example. So we'd piece together development that come forward in phase 1, which would also deliver strategic ambitions such as parts of the linear park. So that's been our approach in terms of how to determine what's been in phase 1 and phase 2.
Okay. If I was
also deliverability, sorry. Yeah, in terms of what would be likely to be deliverable in the earlier parts of the plan period.
Okay. So in terms of what's been happening at Old Kent Road, and we'll come on to this obviously in more detail under Matter 10, but in terms of somebody using the plan document and looking at the sites, the NSP sites along the Old Kent Road, I'm just wondering whether most of those now that are in phase 1 have already have got the planning permission within that 8,057 figure, and whether users of the plan would be clear on which sites, which of those remaining NSP allocations would be deemed to be within phase 1?
So we've accompanied the plan with a phasing plan, which we keep under continual review as well. So I think that is clear to in terms of which development sites are in phase 1 and phase 2. But like I said, we do need to keep that under continual review to ensure that we're flexible and responding to most up-to-date circumstances.
And that's a phasing plan that accompanies the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan rather than the New Southwark Plan?
We've provided it as background to the New Southwark Plan, and it's also in the Old Kent Road AAP.
Okay. And obviously I've heard submissions both yesterday and today, some expressing scepticism that the Bakerloo line extension will be implemented. I mean, I've read the joint statement with Transport for London and the statement of common ground. Is there anything further the council wishes to say at this stage about where it thinks, the Bakerloo line project is and the likelihood of it coming to fruition?
I don't know if Colin, would you like to come back on that?
Yes. Next week, the safeguarding will be published for the Bakerloo line. So the Secretary of State has agreed to issue the safeguarding. They're just booking in the date at which that will be announced by DFT. So we think that's a really important step on the road to the delivery of the Bakerloo line. In addition, the council has been investing in land which would help to deliver the Bakerloo line. So we recently purchased the second station site on the Old Kent Road, which should be called Old Kent Road Station. That's on the old Toys R Us site. So the council spent £20 million acquiring that land, which obviously would be a big help in delivering the project. We're also investing £7 million on the Elephant Castle station, and that's basically the rebuild underneath the shopping centre scheme. We're match funding TfL with that, and the developer is also chipping in, and that's to create the basically the shell and core of a new station for the Bakerloo line as it starts off in the north. In terms of overall funding, the TfL's bid to government for funding, their financial stability plan includes 3 options going forward. This is for their long-term funding. One is managed decline, one is keeping the service they have at the moment rolling, and the other one is one they describe as a policy compliance approach to funding, which includes some growth in London. And within that financial stability plan, which is their bid for funding from this financial year, they include the Bakerloo line extension within that. So we're encouraged by that move as well. And clearly, the other point which we and Lewisham, so we work very extensively with Lewisham on this, want to emphasise to government, who would need to fund the majority of this scheme, is that as a local authorities, we are capable of delivering homes, and we think we're demonstrating that by having granted those consents and started the the delivery, as Laura mentioned, over 700 homes on site already. And we feel that will add to the case and the arguments for funding the Bakerloo line, because we can demonstrate the added value that it would bring to London, to the wider UK economy, to the issue of providing not just for homes, but also for jobs.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Brearley, you mentioned phasing earlier. I don't know if you wanted to come back on this particular point at all.
Yes, please. A preface, please, also to bear in mind when all this juggling of phase 1 and phase 2 is being discussed, that the overwhelming majority of those 8,000 plus units approved are on designated industrial land. So the approvals anticipated the NSP and the AAP acting as though they were already adopted. So really those were imposed, those permissions, on people and businesses in the area via a hefty abuse of planning related civil rights. Just thought I should say, not how planning is meant to work. It bypassed democracy. So this examination is the democracy, rather late for the sites on which those 8,000 units have been approved, but quite frustrating. So by our assessment, it's a little different, but not far off. Old Kent Road schemes approved and or completed since that date, agreed date, 1st of April 2018, plus the pending applications, if they're approved, plus current estate intensification proposals put forward by the council, total 9,193 residential units and equivalents counted in the way agreed between Southwark and the GLA. Thus, there are only modest numbers of further phase 1 units that can be allowed to proceed in advance of that BLE construction contract, modest as in a few hundred units. It does now seem clear that there is no realistic possibility that the BLE project will proceed in the current decade. TfL have pushed it back to, quote, beyond 2030. The BLE project could possibly go ahead in the last 5 years of the plan period, but there is no certainty. It could happen, but right now it's just a dream like Crossrail 2, which 100 million or so has been spent on, but it's still just a dream. And even if it does happen, it certainly can't be completed until after the plan period. It is surely not prudent to make big and irreversible moves, such as removing strategic industrial land designation from the Old Kent Road phase 2 areas, allowing those Grampian conditioned residential approvals jumping far beyond 9,500 in advance of certainty, particularly as this would surely cause blight of areas such as those for a decade or more, and would remove any chance of meeting those well-evidenced accommodation needs for industrial economy, and would kill the opportunity to achieve substantial intensification of industrial accommodation and extensive decant of businesses. I suggest that it would be more appropriate to reduce the residential units objective for the Old Kent Road area to the London plan target figure of 12,000, and to fundamentally review the extent of SIL designation and the site allocation targets and policies. Surely the sensible moment for considering whether further residential development could be achieved in the Old Kent Road area, and whether the consequences for the industrial economy could be acceptable, unlikely in my opinion, is when Southwark's local plan is next reviewed, by which time there will likely be greater clarity about the status of the BLE project. Meanwhile, the development of the 2,500 residential units to go from the current 9,500 up to the GLA's 12,000 are more likely to become acceptable if lower cost public transport improvements happen, such as enhanced bus services, opening a new station on the Overground line, even a tram project. The area vision for the Old Kent Road would result in massive loss of industrial accommodation, and as such cannot be in general conformity with the London plan. I ask you to refer to my appendix VOKR 9 that includes an assessment of how the 2017 draft AAP, which is reflected pretty closely in the area vision and site allocations, would affect industrial accommodation. The headline conclusion was achieving no net loss of industrial floor space, which Southwarks say they're committed to, within a scenario matching the one in the plan would require achieving 3 to 4 million square feet of industrial accommodation in basements and or upper floors, with all the associated cost and practicality issues. And then a further challenge presented by the plan's assumption that much of the industrial accommodation will be achieved in developments that co-locate residential and industrial. It has to surely be concluded that achieving no net loss of industrial in the plan scenario is pure fantasy. In reality, dramatic shrinkage would result, hence glaringly odds with the London plan. I have to say, dramatic shrinkage is already resulting glaringly at odds with the London plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Corinne Turner next, please.
Thank you, Inspector. And thank you once again to Mark Brearley, who very succinctly portrays the important and sometimes desperate situation that the local communities will find themselves in if the words aren't sympathetically received. This area, as you all know, is one of the most deprived areas in London. It has seen many decades already of blight. It has lost some of the most important and influential heritage buildings from decades of demolition and site blight, and it cannot again suffer in the same way. This seems to me, Mark's words, and I know that it is reflected in a lot of local communities' feelings and thoughts, are one very sensible way of looking and dealing with the problems. The communities have suffered enormously and look forward to a very much more progressive future, but not sat on top of this blight, should it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the council an opportunity to briefly respond to any of those points if it so wishes.
Yep, perhaps if I go first on that. I mentioned the CFL financial stability plan, and it mentions the Bakerloo line within its policy, what it calls its policy compliance approach. It doesn't mention Crossrail 2, so Crossrail 2 is no longer a part of the core TfL business case, but the Bakerloo line is. So we're very encouraged by that. In terms of the case for blight, I don't think this is going to blight any of the sites in the Old Kent Road, because prior to the Bakerloo line coming forward, they can continue to operate. So as I said, we bought one of the sites, the Toys R Us site, and it does realise a good commercial rent for the council, and we consider it will continue doing so until such time as we're closer to having funding for the Bakerloo line and a more fixed date for its eventual implementation. And indeed, the 700 homes coming forward at the moment, I think, show that this isn't about blight. This is about renewal, and it is about providing places for people to live. There's a very large housing waiting list in the Old Kent Road area, and it's directly addressing that issue. And to Mark's point about the reprovision of workspace within those consents for 8,000 homes, there's over 70,000 square metres of commercial space approved. And we do have interest from developers to build and deliver multi-storey commercial space in the Old Kent Road. And indeed, our latest version of the plan shows how we're going to do that within some of the sub-areas, including sub-area 5. The point that's been mentioned quite a lot about the GLA target of 12,000 homes in the opportunity area. The opportunity area, all the opportunity area figures for housing in the current London plan and in all London plans express that figure as a minimum. So it's a minimum target for 12,000 homes, not an upper target or a target in itself. Before I worked for Southwark, I was responsible for delivering the GLA opportunity area planning frameworks, so I'm kind of familiar with that minimum. And if you look at the 15 or so adopted opportunity area planning frameworks within London, they always exceed that figure. I don't know of any of them that meet that are set at that minimum figure, and that's for a reason. You know, London's population has been growing. Mark mentions that at the moment it's in decline, but as we all know, we are in rather exceptional circumstances. I think even if that figure declined, there would still be a very large housing waiting list in the Old Kent Road, in Southwark, and in the rest of London. So, you know, we have a duty and a responsibility to meet those needs. And I think they were my main points in response to Mark. Okay. And to Kareem. Sorry.
Thank you for that. I mean, no doubt we'll come back to some of these issues when we explore the Old Kent Road area vision and sites in more detail in a few weeks' time. That's all I wanted to kind of raise and discuss in terms of sort of the general overarching phasing at this stage. If I now bring back my colleague, Mr. Milam, reappraise whether we still want to cover a bit of development target now.
I think on the basis that we are now past 6 o'clock and we haven't yet started that, it may not be prudent to get into something we may wish to pick up in later sessions at this late stage in the day. But I think before we do that, obviously the approach we suggested earlier is effectively to cover the respective development targets as part of the agendas for the relevant session. So, for example, the agenda for tomorrow already had the housing target as the first item on the agenda. What I just wanted to establish whether there was anyone who had an interest in that from today, and just to make sure everyone who had a point to raise on that as part of their representations is coming tomorrow. I think there's a fair degree of overlap, but I just wanted to establish whether that was the case. I can see a hand from Ms. Johnson.
Hi, Inspector, thank you. I'm not down to participate in tomorrow's session, so I did have a few quick points I wanted to raise on the borough's approach to the development targets. They can be picked up in more detail in Matter 10, where I am registered to take part, but just not tomorrow in the housing matter. So if you're happy for me to make those points now very quickly, or
I am. I just want to hear briefly from Mr. Brearley before we do that, because if obviously if there is a difficulty with people having a sufficient opportunity to be heard, then we may have to make separate arrangements via the programme officer for people to make their comments. The alternative is if there is availability, Ms. Johnson, if you wanted to join the session for part 1 of the agenda tomorrow morning to make your points if you had availability, but I appreciate that's obviously short notice and there may be other commitments. So Mr. Brearley.
Yes, no, I wasn't on that. It's fine for me personally. For those targets to be dealt with in the logical other places. I was wanting to ask about the alternative options considered item, whether that will have its moment.
It will, and probably as part of the separate discussion on each of the development targets and what alternatives were looked at. So if you had specific points you wanted to raise on alternative employment options in relation to your
well,
work.
it was more on the sort of other element of the discussion about what alternative options to the whole add up of the AV scenarios across the borough were considered for that discussion.
Well, that's probably one that if you have wanted to make a point around alternative options in relation to the strategy overall, now would be a good opportunity to make that, I think. So I'll come back to Ms. Johnson in a moment. So if you wanted to make that point, Mr. Perilli.
Okay, thank you. Well, I've just got a few short paragraphs on that. But why weren't alternative options explored is the question. This seems to me crazy concentration on the Old Kent Road area for housing delivery, which does require dramatic erasure of much of what's in the area currently, only possible with developments of, has to be said, breathtaking scale, 50-story residential towers and all that, yet with no prospect of the tube extension being in place, as we've just discussed. And that no net loss intention still seems to be pure fantasy. That's really something as a strategy. Goodness only knows, I find myself thinking, who decided on such a strategy and why. If that's sound, then I'm a zebra. It's a mystery why more balanced scenarios were not explored. Regarding alternatives to strip out of industrial accommodation across most of the borough, a shrinkage to less than 30% of the current land extent the plan would allow, resulting in a massive failure to meet well understood need, there is, again, no sign of any alternative options having been seriously investigated. There was clearly been an unquestioned assumption as the general approach to development scenario in the borough that reliance on currently industrial sites for the dominant proportion of residential development is acceptable, while failing to notice that even today, even before the plan has been examined, the borough has lost more than it's meant to have done until 5 years beyond the extended plan period. I mentioned yesterday, so I won't say them again, a couple of examples that highlighted the extreme skew. One was about the curious case of the both Petal 4, East Dulwich, Sainsbury's, and the Old Kent Road Asda, one with giant development issue, the other with none at all. But to add now one other example, it's striking how the plan assumes very little intensification across the predominantly residential majority areas such as Rotherhithe, Bermondsey, Peckham, even though it's clear that there is substantial potential. Indeed, Southwark themselves are busy revealing how potential within their own housing estates, for example, more than 700 units net increase anticipated on a Tustin estate. So why not more of that? Nor has there been any focus really on the potential of several high street corridors that are well served by public transport, such as Camberwell Road, Jamaica Road, Walworth Road, Peckham High Street, along each of which the plan indicates very modest development potential. Why? The unsoundness of the submitted plan's approach is more starkly evident when the consequent dramatic shrinkage of industrial capacity with associated destruction of enterprise and failure to meet need is assessed, and when that uncertainty about the Bakerloo line extension proceeding during the plan period is recognised. So looping back to the start, what were those other alternatives explored? Because surely there are some saner alternatives.
Thank you, Mr. Brearley. I mean, in terms of what the council has said so far, obviously, you've explained the parameters in relation to the London plan and those aspects that the new Southwark plan follows. But I think if you could just, without going over what you said in terms of the overall approach in the IIA in terms of Matter2, just explain your approach in terms of alternative options for the spatial strategy, please, Ms. Seaman.
Yes, so we have looked at alternative options. If I just start outlining them, and then Mr. Wilson or Ms. Hills might want to provide further detail. So for the in the preparation of the AAP, we have carried out a number of assessments of the quantum and the different uses that should be provided on the Old Kent Road. Initial master plans were looking at more housing, and then as we received feedback from the community and we looked into the issues more, further master plans were prepared that looked at retention of the employment floor space with additional housing. So I don't know if Mr. Wilson wants to provide more detail.
Yes, I mean, certainly TfL initially with GLA looked at some scale of development on the Old Kent Road. This is back in 2015, and they came up with a plan for 40,000 new homes on the Old Kent Road. We, as the Borough, commissioned Eliza Morrison to do an assessment of the area to investigate its development capacity and also a fit with the context in which it sat. And they came up with a wider study for the area and a master plan, which kind of arrived at the 20,000 figure. There was then discussions with GLA and TfL around that figure, and there was then testing. Steers did a piece looking at transport capacity. That's where the 9,500 figure for phase one initially was promulgated. The idea that the bus network and the existing heavy rail network could accommodate that, providing improvements were made to it. The 2016 plan draft was consulted on, and I think within that there was more of a flavour of a housing-led development. Certainly that's, I think, what TfL GLA originally had in mind. The 2017 version of the Old Kent Road plan was basically kind of written with the new London plan in mind, particularly its stronger emphasis on things like industrial uses, particularly in central London, last minute delivery, logistics, all the things that Mark talked about. So what we sought to do within that revised 2017 AAP was give it a much stronger direction in terms of employment. And that's important for all the reasons that have been discussed and Mark has mentioned. But it's also very important in terms of the business case, the Bakerloo line, and also a source of potential funding for the Bakerloo line from things like business rates, which has funded the Northern Line extension, which is very far from the Old Kent Road. So we have, over the course of the evolution of the plan, looked at different ways of delivering it, different options within the overall remit and parameters of existing and emerging London plans. And I think where we've got to in our latest iteration of the 2020 version of the AAP, we've put further emphasis on that employment provision. There's certainly a very strong demand for it. We last reviewed the number of people employed in the Old Kent Road towards the end of 2019. We'd done an employment review back in 2016. The number of people employed in the area has actually gone up in industrial commercial uses. So part of our evidence base, part of our plan is saying, yeah, we not only do we recognise that, we'd like to grow that by a net additional 10,000 jobs. And because of the demand for space, maker space, delivery space of all sorts in central London, because of the Old Kent Road's great location in central London, we think that our aspirations set out in the plan are very deliverable. This isn't something that's been required just by policy. It's something for which there is a commercial demand. So we think we have a sound and deliverable plan.
Thank you, Mr. I just wanted to, obviously you Mr. Wilkins focused on responding to Mr. Brearley's points, and specifically around the Old Kent Road. Ms. Seymour, if you just wanted to add anything else in relation to options for the whole borough strategy that hasn't been picked up previously, now would be a good time perhaps to make those points.
In the integrated impact assessment in appendices 12 and 13, that's where we set out the consideration of the options that Mr. Wilson is referring to. And that's where we also look at various options of how much development can go in the different areas. The London Bridge opportunity area, most of the large sites there have come forward, such as the GLA building, the information. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired now. The developments in Potter's Field, the developments along the river, they have all already come forward. So when you look at the London plan, which has been an opportunity area proposal for over a decade, then the original figures for development in that area were considerably higher, and a lot of that development has already taken place, and most of the development sites that were vacant have now been developed. So we did not look at a number of different options for that part of the opportunity area. In Bankside, I outlined the process earlier where we used the SHLA to look at the large sites along with Blackfriars Road. So most of the sites for redevelopment that are large sites are along Blackfriars Road. So we prepared a SPD for Blackfriars Road, which is in the library. I don't have the EIP number, sorry. And that looked, and when we prepared that SPD, that's when we did the sites analysis, and we looked at all of the different sites that could be developed and how much development should go on them. And then obviously the north end of Blackfriars Road has some of the extremely large sites and tall buildings, and then those go to lower towards the St. George's Circus. And so that was looked at then. And then the Canada Water Sites appraisal and analysis was all done for the area action plan when we prepared that. So we prepared that, and that was examined, and we carried out a sustainability appraisal and an impact assessment, and that was all examined and agreed, and the master plan within the area action plan was agreed. And then there was one site which was Harmsworth Quays, which was an extremely large strategic site where the owners told us on the day of the examination that they were actually going to move out, and so that became a problem for the examination. So we had an early amendment where we re-looked at that site and brought that forward a year later. And then, so that's those, and then talked about Old Kent Road. So those are the main opportunity areas. So I suppose the evidence that I'm presenting is that the assessments have been done, but because this is a long-term strategy, since I've been writing this plan since 2002 at Southwark, so we have done all of these assessments, but it may not be at this stage. It's following a regeneration strategy, but that we are continually reviewing that strategy with the strategic housing land availability assessment, the town centres review, the sites appraisal, the integrated impact assessment. And so the reason why we've done considerably more detailed assessment of Old Kent Road at this point is because that's the most recent opportunity area framework coming forward. I have prepared a note for the inspectors on the reasonable alternative, which summarises this information, which I can provide for you, and that summarises the approach that we've taken, looking that's in the IIA, so that it just sets out the different considerations that we looked at within the three more strategic growth options. So I could provide you with that if that would be helpful.
Thank you, that does sound very helpful. Yes, we look forward to that. I didn't have any further points at this juncture. What I'd like to do is to perhaps give Ms. Johnson an opportunity to make any points she wanted to make in terms of overall development targets, as she's not going to be able to join us for the session tomorrow, particularly in relation to housing targets. So, Ms. Johnson.
Thanks, Inspector. I'll be very brief. And as I said, these are ideas that we'd like to explore further in the Matter 10 session on the site allocations. But just in terms of the housing targets in policy SP1B, and with my focus on the targets for the Elephant and Castle, we know in the Council's strategic targets background paper that they're proposing to now make a reference to small sites and the contribution that they can make towards housing delivery, and that's something that we support in principle, but we would just note that the figure in the table in SP1B in terms of the housing delivery includes indicative capacity figures in the site allocations on small sites that should provide housing rather than must provide housing. So on small windfall sites like ours. And we would just refer you and the council back to the MPPF, where the requirement is that local planning authorities identify small sites capable of accommodating at least 10% of the overall housing requirement. So in that vein, sort of our contention is that the numbers referenced as indicative residential capacities should be couched as sort of minimum housing requirements. They should be treated as starting point for residential output on windfall sites, and that should then be reflected in the figures set out in table in SP1B. And I suppose the danger with the current approach is that the indicative residential capacity set out, and we'll develop this more in the Matter 10 session, but they could be read as being sort of definitive in terms of an upper limit on what sites are capable of delivering in terms of housing, which wouldn't align with the London Plan, which promotes a design-led approach to optimising suitable sites for housing delivery. So yeah, as I said, we can build on that more in Matter 10.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. I'm clear on your points, and I've got them recorded. So I had no further questions, and I think we'll pick up, if everyone else is satisfied, we'll pick up the respective matters on development targets, as we've said in the additional sessions. At this point, Mr. Spencer, was there anything else you wanted to follow up? And if so, if we're minded to ask for any other final points on this before we close the hearing session. I see no hands. I think we've had a very, very thorough exploration of the spatial strategy and SP2 over the course of this afternoon. We've made a lot of progress and covered a lot of ground. So I'd like to thank everybody who's participated. I noticed the participants list has gradually got a little bit shorter as we've gone across the afternoon, but maybe there's people who are watching on the YouTube screen, so I'd like to thank those. For anyone who's not coming back into the examination, I'd like to thank them as well. So if there's nothing further to add, I think we'll close the session for today. And we'll see the participants back from Matter 3 tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.